want jams? Fine. Have it your way. Boom, 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 boom. How, 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 how. Mm-hmm. How, 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 how. Yeah. Cause you talk that walk, and you walk that walk. Whisper in my ear, tell me that you love me. How, how. That baby talk. Will you talk like that? Can't take it no more. How. Yeah. Is that enough jamming? Do we want more jamming, or should we get to work? Is there an anthem for Yakograd yet? No, there is not, actually. Maybe we should get to work. Oh, boom, 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 boom. How. Okay. Okay, putting down the axe. For now. Maybe later. How's everybody doing? All 300,000 bounty hunters in this star system. How y'all doing? Anyway. What's going on? How's everybody doing? Everybody doing swimmingly? Swimmingly well? Well swimmingly? Hanging in there? All right. We're getting there. We'll get there. Just chill. We will yak. We will yak extremely hard. Are you ready to yak?
Discovery, go and
Morning,
drop
Chris.
up.
102-month resub, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Howdy, hey. Baby, don't you wanna go? Still unemployed, so not great. Breathing, so that's good. Is the mic low? Yeah, I turned it down so the guitar doesn't overdrive the mic. That should be better now. How's everybody doing? Early yak. You're yakking very early. You will yak. I will try something laters. Alright, nice. Alright, shall we load up? This is part 14 of the Yakograd Republic. Okay, part 14. Let's zap that out there. Alright. We will load up the yaks. So, yesterday we were trying to figure out where we should do all of our construction mats area. So, we're going to have to figure that one out. No yaks given. All right. So, looks like we had a double scrub last night, dudes. Did I see that correctly? Yep. Double scrubs. Starling 1221 is going at 10:48 tonight, and Spherex Punch is at 11:10. The weather was not cooperating, and there was a spacecraft issue on the Spherex mission. So, yeah, that didn't work. Koshise. Let's go look. Yeah, yappity yak. Don't talk back. Koshise. So this is the city that a lot of buildings and workers and resources is actually based off of. Like, if you look at the flats, those are all flats from workers, which is quite funny to me. Even the sections of Old Town are definitely the unbuildable buildings in workers, which is funny. Those are absolutely based off of the undestroyable buildings, which is pretty funny. And the church is the same too. Oh. Is that circular building the metro station? That? I think that's an arena. Or a restaurant. If you're talking about that, that's a roundhouse. That's used to store and turn locomotives around. Looks like Prague. Well, we're in Slovakia, and Slovakia is, well, not in, Košice is not in Czech Republic. It's close, so kind of the same region of the world. The only thing missing is the giant alien skyscraper that dominates the skyline. Nice try, Breen. Yep, there it is. Okay, so let's pop into workers. What construction materials go here? Okay, so our construction mats facility is, I think I left a message to myself saying that it's probably going to go right there. I think that would be... That's a fair assessment that it's probably going there. Alright, cool. So we started working on gravel and coal last night, and then we quickly realized that if we're going to put a power plant and stuff here, that building the construction material areas like gravel, it's going to need to be belted over here, and it's better to put all the construction mat facilities over here. Are you sure that was me?
Yeah? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. This looks like my doing. You sure about that? You sure? Are you sure about that? You saw Titan leave this here? Possibility. So there was a hill here. I decided there shouldn't be a hill there anymore. And then there promptly wasn't a hill there anymore. So, you know, that's how that works. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to need to figure out how to get gravel over here and process this over here as well. There's gonna need to be a power plant right here. But the coal mine is there as well. Hill today, gone tomorrow. Right. I'm curious. Your professional or leisurely background, my guess would be some type of engineer, mechanic, or tinkering heavy field. I'm a 3D artist by trade, Creepshow. Yep. Everything that I know about engineering is self-taught, or taught by people in the community. I just, really like how stuff works. That makes me happy. Can't see me, just curious. Do you have a reason that you don't send guitar mixes out to the computer for stream audio? I didn't plug in the wire. EJ didn't say hi back to you. Hello, Flakin. So I'm a 3D artist by trade, Creepshow. I can work CAD systems and stuff. Yeah, I have no formal background in engineering. I would really want it, though. That would be kind of cool, but, you know, maybe someday in the future. Nice, man. I do a lot of self-learning and teaching myself. I seem to learn better that way. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, definitely. When it's all, like, on you to learn something, you definitely do learn it, like, better, don't you? EJ never says hi to you. Yeah, it's because I say hi to your mother, public. You tell me to. Every time. Okay. So, we gotta get coal figured out, and we have to get a bunch of other stuff figured out here. The gravel quarry is going to need belts that go this way. I also need the power plant over here, and we need the power plant near the coal. So let's start by flattening some terrain. We're going to build our construction terminal over here. By the way, how's your mother? She's very fine. Thank you. I talked to her this morning. Hey, J-Shelf, 58-month resub. What's up, dude? What did you think of yesterday's relativity presentation? I like that forward progress is made, Vasia, to be 100% honest with you. I really like that forward progress is being made there. However, I'm not sure I'm 100% on board with Relativity outsourcing their domes and fairings. Horizontally integrating a company, especially a company that's trying to compete with the likes of SpaceX, is gonna prove difficult to scale. Does that make sense? You know, they're trying to compete with Falcon 9. It's blatantly obvious. Not that that's a bad thing, right? Horizontally integrating with Arianespace. Okay. If that's what you want to do, that's the best business decision you could come up with, like, okay. Like, if that's how you want to do it, you know, they're making the dome, they're making the barrel segments, but not the domes to their rocket, which, alright, I guess. Yeah, that engine configuration is a little strange, for sure, Grav. I looked at that and went, like, dude, I'm not trying to be a big SpaceX fanboy here, but how are you going to compete with Falcon 9 with a more technically complex rocket with a horizontally integrated production line? How is that going to happen? TLDR, Relativity needs to make their own domes and fairings. Relying on Arianespace, a legacy aerospace contractor, to be able to scale is... personally, dude, I could be wrong, but I don't think that's a good idea. Not knocking Arianespace, they just... Relativity wants to compete with Falcon 9. Okay, how many times has Falcon 9 launched this year alone? Over 30? Let's take a look. What's the next launch? The next launch on the books is Starlink 12-21. It's the 27th mission of this year. Okay? You want to compete with that. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's great, but you want to compete with a horizontally integrated rocket, like a horizontally integrated company trying to mass produce a rocket that's trying to achieve a similar flight rate. So you made a, like, okay, this is gonna sound really bad, and maybe I shouldn't say it. Like, so you made a more capable, less scalable Falcon 9. Okay? I mean, dude, do it, please. Like, I hope they do it. I hope they follow through. That would be awesome. But I don't see long-term scalability
this
here.
Is space. I'm in space.
Like, how is that gonna happen? Like, I'm not trying to be a stick in the mud, dude. I want them to succeed. I'm just wondering. Like, I have questions, dude. That video left me with a lot of questions. Neutron for the win. I think Rocket Lab is much more poised. Hey, VFEF, what's up, dude? Ronz, I think... Do you ever use 3ds Max for rendering? Once upon a time, Dan, sure. Used to do CAD work, so you just... So fast, I ran out of work. And it's not like it's an interim solution. It would be hard to switch to an in-house design later. Bingo. The only time you're going to switch to another in-house design, Vasya, is if you build a different rocket. Relativity is far, far away from doing that. Like, forgive me if I'm coming off as mean. I want Relativity to succeed. I want more commercial contractors to succeed. I want them to do well. You want to be competitive with Falcon 9, so you partnered with Arianespace? Okay. Why not put YouTube chat next to Twitch chat? I don't know. I did that during the Starbase streams. I guess this is how the screen real estate kind of ended up. Panther. I need more monitors. That's really it. Hey, Mill, what's going on? Bodojo, how you doing? Once again, I wish them all the best, and they're really doing some good work. But honestly, and this is one of those things, Vasya, that's easy to say in hindsight. It's easy to say this in hindsight, but the choice to pivot away from Terran 1 was a really stupid decision. And it cost Tim Ellis his CEO position, I think, which really sucks. That sucks for him, but I honestly think that I'm not trying to be mean. That decision cost him his company. Yeah, because dude, like once again, they were trying to do what SpaceX did to try and quickly scale to be competitive with Falcon 9, right? And that's fair, right? But they made that decision with 50 payloads on contract. 50 freaking payloads on contract. With a working rocket. And they said, nope, we're not going to do that. We're going to build another rocket again. Okay. That's a big gamble. Hindsight, that was an idiotic decision. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. I don't want to harp on it because I couldn't do any better. I really couldn't. I probably would have made the same decision. Like, I probably would have made a dumber decision. But in hindsight, that was extremely stupid. They pulled every do not do for startups. Yeah, exactly, Rocket. Like, I wish them all the best. You want to try to, but once again, to sum it up, you want to be competitive with Falcon 9 by partnering with Arianespace. Okay? I tip my cap. I hope that works for you. Really, I really do. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I hope that works out because there is nothing in reality that makes me think that that's going to end well. They're probably going to end up with a flight rate at maximum scalability with a flight rate maybe 12 times a year. Maybe once a month. Which I'll admit, that's still really good. But now you're on par with just Rocket Lab. You're not going after SpaceX with this business model. I'm sorry, you're not. You're not. I don't know dick about this, but I know enough to know that you're not competing with SpaceX with it like this. No way. I'm also kind of bummed the 3D printing didn't pan out. But that's the thing. That's what pisses me off, dude. It did. It worked with Terran 1. It just doesn't work at scale. So, dude, you have an opportunity to outpace Electron, and they don't take it. What are you, crazy? Like, you can build rockets faster than Rocket Lab. But no, we gotta be like Elon Musk and make these big freaking gambling decisions. Dude, you're not Elon Musk. Stop trying to be like him. You lost your company because of it. Like, it's so frustrating, dude. I'm like, no, stop it. Hey, Yumfood, what's going on? Sorry, I don't mean to get like all bent out of shape about it, but holy crap, man. What the funkin' waggles are you doing? Seems like it came right into a mess. No, it's fine. Who got EJ all wound up? Relativity did, with their idiotic business decisions. Hey, Pat, I'm doing fine. Like, bro, you're going to take a shot at SpaceX? You're going to take a shot at the king. You better not miss. And they missed. Oh, they missed hard. The arguably better choice was to stick with Terran 1, with the contracts you had, and while that is running, start testing and expanding 3D printing for Terran R. That could have given them the time to fix the printing for Terran R. And if it didn't work regardless, you still had revenue. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that's what gets me, dude. That's what gets me. They have the opportunity to have a revenue positive commercial launch company. Dude, you did all that work and you basically have money on a silver platter here being given to you. All you got to do is just do the thing that you just did. Just do it more. And they're like, nah, fam. I'm good. We're going to make a bigger rocket to go after SpaceX. Like, dude, that's like Ray Finkel tier bonehead move. Like, I don't, bro. What are you doing? Why? You literally had money printer go burr, ready to go, and you didn't do it. I don't, like, I say in hindsight it's really easy to say no, but dude, everyone in their right mind would have been like, yes, I would want my money printer. Thank you very much. Like, why wouldn't you cash in when you did all that work and then use that to make a better rocket later? I don't know. Like, why would someone do that? That makes no sense. Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel. You know, like, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop this. You. Anyway, sorry. With that being said, I wish Relativity all the best. I think they'll do good. I think they'll be competitive, but you're not going after SpaceX with this business model. I'm sorry, you're not. Unless you have some ace card up your sleeve, and I don't see it. Laces out, Dan. My mouse stopped working. I was gonna do something funny, but the comedic timing is all off now. I was gonna say I made some refreshments, Dan. Would you like some refreshments, Dan? I'll be right back, Dan. Like, I don't get it, man. It just doesn't make sense to me. They needed more capital to continue Terran 1 development. Couldn't get it with that strategy. Didn't execute well at all. Yeah, you know how you get more revenue? Build another rocket and launch it. Like, build another rocket and launch that rocket. Like, gun is digging into my ship. Wrong, Ace. Want me to read you your rights? Like, They couldn't build it without more capital. The contracts were not up front. Well, that's on them for not knowing how to business correctly. I'll never forget that movie. First time I saw a movie with Jim Carrey. I love Ace Ventura, dude. Alright. So, with that all being said, yeah, Vasia, that's where I'm at. I wish them all the best. I cannot see in the next 5 years them launching more than 12 times a year. I just think that's the maximum level of scalability there. I want them to prove me wrong, dude. Like, please, prove me wrong. Please. Like, but I'd like to think I'm pretty dang good at the, you know, production and industrial-based stuff. I'm pretty good at it. Like, I'm no Factorio expert, right? But I'm pretty good at it. I'm enough to be dangerous. You know? But this is just, I don't know what you're doing here, but all right. I cannot see them launching 12 times a year. Remember, Ron's, remember what I just said. That's maximum scalability, 12 times a year. Dude, I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to be a jerk. You partnered with Arianespace. I'm sorry. Even at their best, they couldn't scale more than that. You're telling me you're going to make a Falcon 9 competitor when Arianespace is making your fairings a long lead item? Not a chance. I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to be a dick. Because, no, I could not do better. And if I'm being too harsh, you guys let me know. I just don't see this. Alright, I'm happy they're still in the game. Like, I'm happy they're still doing, you know, they're still alive. That's great, but spice level, medium. I want them to do well, and I think that it's possible. There is a viable path to success here, I will say. I think you are more upbeat about them than I am currently. We'll see, dude. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I truly want everybody that has the stones to go at this endeavor of, like, launching things into space. Anybody that has the stones to do that has my unwavering respect. It's really not an easy thing to do. Like, we should cheer on people like this. Like, this is not easy. Anyway, it's really not. It's not an easy thing to do. Give me money. I'll launch things into space. BFF, a manhole cover attached to an atomic bomb is not launching things into space. I know you would do that. And now you're going, how did he know? You're goddamn right. I still know you, man. I still know you after all these years. That's really funny to me. Sorry. Meepup, you want to hear something crazy? Red Fate was in here the other day. You remember that guy? He was in here the other day. I was like, oh, hey, what's up, man? I haven't talked to you in 10 years. All right, cool. This is fine. All right, so I'm gonna make this road go around here and then go down this way. The Babylon Cannon will return. Even before Terran Air Flight 1. Yeah, sorry guys, we're switching to Terran 10 right now. All right. Hey everyone, what's up, bro? How you doing? What are you working on now? Did you figure out the bulldozer circle spacing? Yeah, 10,000 feet apart. J-Speed seems to be opportune to get a good overlap. I have my regular bulldozer depot here, and what I did was this depot had an excavator and a bulldozer. 2 excavators, 2 bulldozers. I just moved them down here. And there's a considerable overlap. That's not 10,000. 10,000 would be down here. But I needed to make this stretch to move them down there. Okay, Knick-Knack. We should be fine, dude. I find that they don't really send people after you if you don't rock the boat. I don't rock the boat. I just want to play my game and be left alone. You know, that usually keeps crazy people away. Usually. It's that damn rocket launch coverage that brings the crazies in. Damn rocket launch coverage. I'll tell you who took those lunches. That damn Sasquatch. Doing good? You're back up in New York. All right, right on, right on. I tell you what? What? I tell you what? All right. Okay, cool. So there's a thing we can do here. Watch. Let's see if the game understands this. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Didn't understand that. All right. Let's see. I want the road to kind of do an S-turn right here around the coal mine. And then maybe make a split and have it go that way. Bigfoot is real. I'm super serial. I said rocket launch coverage is needed to get the crazies here, Nick. You don't need to encourage them, okay? All right, let's see. So we got 5 wide here. All right, ready? Let's see. Yeah. Oh, 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 baby! Oh, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Grated like a drum. Yes. Certainly hope your annual rainfall isn't a lot. EFF, your Pacific Northwest is showing. You might want to cover up. Okay. This is a Northeast supremacy stream. Sorry. Actually, dude, I'm trying to make culverts and everything. Like, I'm trying to do the drainage right on here. It's, yeah. Like, not that it matters, but you notice all my roads are on a crown, right? Like, The right way to do this would be to put ditches on the side, but the game doesn't... The game doesn't do that. Like, it doesn't... Like, you don't need to worry. You don't need to worry about that. It's funny, I still don't own an umbrella. That's just weird. That's just weird, dude. Alright. There we go. Yeah, baby. Okay, so that does work. It works pretty well. Let's trim it out here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave... I want to leave extra space here. You must leave this space. This space, okay? I'm gonna leave the extra space here. And over here, that gives me some breathing room. Speaking of East Coast, I was in Kentucky for 2 weeks and got home a few days ago. Oh yeah? What were you up to there? Yeah, I got you. I got you. I got you. Dude, B, I was down at Starbase, and I was talking to a dude that's an 18, that was an 18 Delta. I'm like, He's like, yeah, I've jumped out of a lot of planes. I'm like, okay. yeah, you know, that's fair. You know, that's fair. Yeah, that would entail doing that, wouldn't it? He's like, yeah, jumped out of a lot of planes. I'm like, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat, you know? One time at Starbase, I put a rocket in the air. So what's this nonsense about Brimo liking 67 four-door Impalas now? Because I can get down on that in a good way to get both of our wives into these cars. Oh, she's watching Supernatural. Yeah. Yeah, that would do it. I already have the 327 in the garage. Like, actually, I think that's a 327 solid lifter motor. It came out of a Corvette, so... It's a nice motor. It's a nice motor. It's gotta be a black one, though. I like the blue Impalas. I think Impalas look good blue, alright? Here, just hear me out, hear me out. Dude, hear me out. I know you guys are like, EJ. No. Look at this. Oh. See what I'm saying? See what I mean? But the black one, though, would be sweet. Also, two-door coupe, no post. That's a sick car. I like that car a lot. And I'm not even that big of a Chevy guy. I like that. That's a nice car. 67 GTX. You have impeccable taste, my friend. I love old school American muscle. Bob, these cars have presence, dude. They just have presence, homie. Like, I don't know what... Like, you just don't get that from modern cars. Like, here comes the car rant. Roop, roop, roop. No, you... Like, look, dude. Look. Like... Dude, this car just has presence. Like, if you're driving this down the road, you're somebody. Like, look at that car, man. Look at that car. Damn. Or. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Mm. 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 Now that car has presence. That's... Oh. That's a 63 Continental, dude. It's a 63 Continental sedan. The doors open up like this. Doors that open up like this, not like this. They open up like this. Seriously, the doors open up like a door going into a building. They're called suicide doors because if you... Yeah, there's a good reason why they don't do those on cars anymore. But also... Doors that open up like this. This. Or like this. Not like this. Check your previous link. Presents. Is that a Series 60? Oh, dude, Series 62, man. Bob, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. Just look at that freaking car, man. We used to be a civilization.
Discovery.
And you know what, Bob? You know, it's why it feels about a 300C. It's a nod to the old. Yeah. You know what? It's not just American cars from this era. Like, this isn't just a American cars thing. Like, dude, look at like a... Look at 65 Cortina. Same thing. Like, what's with that? That's not a big car. Look at that car. It's a nice looking car. It's got like, see what I'm talking about? A Mini is the same way. An MGB GT, same thing. What the heck is E-Type? These aren't big cars. Like, it's not just the land yacht things. Like, every car was beautiful. Just beautiful. Yeah, if you want to go that far, no rats, 69 Datsun. A Datsun 240C. The Fair Lady. Beautiful freaking car. Like, just style, man. It's the style. Like, you just don't get that from cars nowadays. Like, the only cars you maybe get that from is like a Maybach or like a really high-end Cadillac, maybe. Every car nowadays just looks like an egg. I don't know what that's about, dude. Like, dude, I'd drive a Cortina. I'd absolutely drive a Cortina. That's a beautiful car. Probably get 40 miles to the gallon while you're at it. Damn. Some beautiful freaking cars. You get a 65 Riv. Bang, bang. 65 Riv. Now that's a car, dude. You can name a modern beautiful car. Cybertruck. I will admit, Lunprod, the Cybertruck has presence. You'll notice that thing going down the road. I don't think it's the right type of presence. It's not the same elegance as like a Series 62 Cadillac, but it does have presence. Just might be for the bad or good. I don't know. I like Cybertruck for what it's worth. Like, that is an extremely unpopular opinion. I like it. I think Cybertruck looks great. From the front. The back just looks uncompleted to me. But, yeah, I don't know. The 48-volt architecture really, really is something to behold. More of a Blade Runner type presence. Yeah, yeah. Oh, dude. Real quick. We'll start designing a coal mine here in a second. Hold on. Dude, you guys, dude, look. So Jaguar rolled out with this thing.
Discovery. Go at throttle up.
They rolled out with this thing at a fashion show today. I realized why I don't like this car. Anyone ever seen RoboCop? RoboCop, the movie from the 80s. It looks the same! What's that, Billy? Dude. Hey, 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 wait a minute, wait a minute. Frick me, I like that. Yeah, elongated for no reason. Dude, I like it. Screw me. It looks good with the topper. I'm not gonna lie. That's a nice looking truck with the topper. It looks good. You can hate me. That's fine. Thanks. Now I will never not be able to see that. Yeah, yep, you're welcome. I think it looks good with that topper on it. I'm not kidding. That looks pretty cool, dude. The return of the Aztec. Cyber wagon, man. Not for you. I get it, Akato. Totally. Last, what's up, Flykin? You got a dude near me selling a bunch of these. He's got a bunch of old military vehicles. Ah. The Deuce. Oh, yeah. Nice. This is the closest you'll get to something, to a truck from Fallout. How much you want? How much you want for one of these things, Flykin? Look up the Pulsar Sportback. No, I don't think I will. I like that. That's sick, dude. I like it. It's so ridiculous looking. I love it. It looks great with those Trans Am wheels. I think that one was 17. He wants $17,000 for a deuce and a half. That guy wants $17,000 for a deuce and a half. The truck that they made millions of. We used to be a country, okay? We used to be a country. 17K? Bro, I'll give you $2,000 for it. Yeah, but how many are left? There's 3 within a 10-mile radius of my house, Drummer. I can show them to you next time you're here. Right, V? The hell is this about, dude? 17K for a deuce? What are you, out of your mind? What's a 1083? B. Oh, dude, that's an LMTV, right? Yeah, dude. Bro, you can get this for cheaper. It's basically a deuce and a half, only it's armored. Yeah. Nice. 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 Yeah, dude. Look at this thing. I mean, V, I am more about that Hemet life. I'm more about that Hemet life. I think Hemets are sick. I will own one of these days. What am I going to do with it? Don't know. Move stuff? It's a truck. Do I like getting 4 miles to the gallon? Sure, absolutely. Look, man, commit to the bit. Am I right or am I right? Commit to the damn bit. Drive it to Boca. Actually, this thing would do great in Boca. It would do great. This thing isn't rusting out. Not anytime soon. It's literally designed to deflect bullets. You found one of those in Zomboid. The new Danger Van. Bro, Starship would have to worry about this thing. Actually, gross Hemet lover over here. I like Hemets. They're useful. Look. You can't do that with an MTV. Can't do that. Bro, look at the utility. Look at it towing that broken... Look at it towing the Marine Corps' broken Lab 25. Poetry in motion, man. Poetry in motion. I'm sorry, that's really funny to me. So the wrecker, the army truck is pulling a broken Marine Corps Lab 25. I'm sorry, that's funny to me. Ooh. Bro, look at this thing. What a monster. I can't find the bridge deployer. He must have sold it, but I did find this. He wants 8K for... Oh, a dump truck. It's pretty cool. Those are only the 8x8s. 10x10 is a third axle, which steers independently. Yeah. I know about those. You can attach a third axle to them and then tow tanks around and stuff. I don't think we'll need to do that. But actually, boys, you tell me. Are those things air conditioned? They got AC in those, DJ? No tank you? Yeah, AC? Alright. We used an M117 when I was there, then we got some Buffalo. Nice. Oh, the MTV there is. Can you hear yourself think, though? Probably not. What kind of motor does this have in it? It's got a Cat C15, a 15-liter inline-6 diesel. It makes 500 horsepower. If a diesel is making 500 horsepower, it makes a lot of torque. Got an Allison 4500 5-speed automatic with a 55,000 two-speed transfer case. On air suspension, baby. That is a large 6-cylinder. Yeah, Shaw. How much torque you want to make? Yes, I would like to make torque. Dude, 15 liters, the pistons have to be like this big. The pistons have to be the size of a softball. Yeah, I know, Hellfish, it's stupid. Lockers? Oh yeah, dude, you got 8, you got 4 axles. Lockers. Yeah, you can lock these things. The Hemmets can go through anything, dude. Seriously, look up videos on YouTube of those things tooling around. They can putz through whatever. It doesn't matter. Bro, when you have 3,000 foot-pounds of torque, it doesn't really matter. That's a battlefield logistic vehicle, guys. Like, it's really designed to not break and just, well, not break. If there's any Hemmet engineers out there, it was designed to not break. That doesn't mean it doesn't. Okay? They do. Yeah. A central tire inflation system. Yeah, dude. I will own a Hemmet, dude, one of these days. I want one. They're super cool. And you can literally do anything with them. Yeah, it's an off-road semi, dude. The thing's sweet. Oh, that thing, goalie. Yeah, those are... The Buffalo. Those are interesting. Oh, speaking of engines, I replaced my first engine last month. Put a new engine in your Fusion Hybrid. Wife ran it to and from work and never changed the oil when I asked her to, so it threw a rod. Dude, you gotta be careful with that, man. Those, did you see the viscosity on the oil? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Kelly. Buenos dias, amigo. If when you get one, don't tell Dash, just show up in Boca with it. Yeah, probably. What oil? 0 weight oil, dude. Can you believe that? There's a Hemmet on Gov Planet right now. They're always on Gov Planet, Dwarf Man. Actually, fellas. Alright. Last thing for trucks, and then we'll start designing the coal mine. Alright, last thing. And I'm not saying this is like a hard thing to find. I am looking around for no particular reason. I'm looking around for a flatbed F450. Okay? A type of flatbed F450 with the cherry picker on the back. You guys know what I'm talking about? Hang on. I need to find it. Why? I'm just looking for one, okay? I'm just looking around. I'm, testing the waters. I need an F450 that's like this. I mean, that kind of like this. Preferably a quad cab, okay? With a flatbed on it and a cherry picker with outriggers, like that. I need outriggers here and here, okay? To pick cherries, of course. I need something like this. See that? With the crane, preferably, but outriggers are a must. I'm looking around for something. I'm on a mission. Okay? Something like this would also be decent enough, but we don't need a man basket like that. I just need a cherry picker. What are you trying to lift? Stuff? You say cherries. Okay, I need a flatbed with a cherry picker on it that can lift stuff, something heavy, on and off of the flatbed of this truck. So it needs to have outriggers, okay? Think almost something like this, but that's an F550. I don't want a 550. I need a 450. It still needs to be a truck. How heavy? Give me one moment. I need to look at something. I'll be able to tell you. Give me 1 second. Let's say 2 tons. We'll say 2 tons. Now, the crane, once again, the crane isn't a selling point. It would be a plus. It would be a bonus, okay? All right? It would be a plus, but we need a flatbed and we need outriggers. If this project works, I swear it'll be one of the coolest things you've ever seen. Like, something exactly like this. Hold on. No, that got sold. Okay, something basically like this. I need something with outriggers on it. Preferably front and back with a crane. Preferably up against the cab. Is this for NSF? No, it's not. It's for something. Okay. It's for something. That's all I'm saying. I'm scheming, all right? So, something kind of like this. Quad cab F450 with a flatbed, right? With outriggers on the sides. Preferably a crane. But we'll see. Hang on 1 second. Duramax is better than a Power Stroke. Honestly, it could be a Chevy. I don't really care. So what would be the Chevy equivalent of a 450? 3,500? Like I said, something like this. We need something that can move 4 people around, that has outriggers on it, hydraulic PTO outriggers. Like, that's what I'm looking for. Like, hey, and also, Power Strokes aren't bad. What are you talking about? Power Strokes ain't bad. Last. Doesn't have outriggers, a little rusty, but 3,500 bucks. Nah, that's a utility bed. It needs to be a flatbed, Flykin. That's really important. So, just keep an eye out, and we'll go from there. Alright, let's design this thing. Maybe Cyborg. It's hard to say. Okay, so we have our road path going through here. Now we need to develop the coal mine. Obviously, the coal mine's right there. I'm thinking a road that goes here straight through would probably be a good idea. It also would probably be a good idea to connect the farm road in as well. I have the utility lines here. The electrical. And then the service road for the electrical, which you don't technically need, but I'm doing it. You probably need to buy a farm more acres before you can get more trucks. It's not for me. I'm just looking, okay? How are you handling sewage? I haven't implemented the sewage system yet, VFF. I originally was shaping this up to be a poop retention pond. And it looks like we might still be able to do that. Because, so check it out, right here. This area, see the stone looking texture right there? That's a gravel deposit. That's the closest gravel deposit to where I want my construction materials to be. So, if you look over here, I have my construction yard with repair depot right here. And the idea is that at this cargo terminal here, I have construction mats. So, here will be steel, boards, concrete prefabs, and bricks, right? And we'll be able to bring them in to build whatever. But eventually, I want all my construction materials to be produced in-house. Basically here. And we can do that. Gravel is a big thing for your construction materials. You need it for obviously gravel, but you need it for cement, you need it for concrete, obviously. You need it for making asphalt, right? So you need a lot of it. And if I want to put my I obviously want my construction area, like my construction trucks, to not travel too far to get the construction materials, right? We don't want them to travel too far, because there's fuel consumption in this game, V. If my trucks are going like a mile down the road and then driving a mile back, you will get screwed on fuel costs, right? So you kind of want all this stuff to be close, but you don't want it to be too close. All the construction materials are the construction material buildings, like a gravel mine or a gravel refining area. They pollute. You know, obviously you don't want people living near them, because if you have people living near them, then you're going to have to pay out the wazoo for healthcare. For medical healthcare. Like, you already have to pay out the wazoo for healthcare in this game because it's Soviet. But more sick people means a bigger hospital. That means more resources, right? You don't want to do that if you don't have to. You can. Doesn't matter, right?
Can we use geopolymers and make pyramids?
I don't think so. Hey, Sneaky. Sent you a text. It's a 550. I can't get it, Goalie, because I'm inside my garage that's a freaking Faraday cage. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Alright, cool. Did Vandenberg already lift off? Wraith both launches last night scrubbed out. Both of them are on a 24-hour recycle. Vandenberg was because of weather and because the spacecraft was being picky on the Sphere X mission. Found a 450 with 5K rated crane and outriggers, toolboxes, and other goodies, but no crew cab down in Florida. Alright, so they're around. Alright. I'm not trying to say that I'm having chat do my market research for me, but yeah. Hey, Rival Sling. Put them in my face at living room on TV. What? I'm in your face. My addiction wasn't in JDM cars. I'd probably know better places to look. Oh, Storm, you just gave me the coolest idea. I can't say it, though. Alright. I've been sworn to secrecy by parties involved. Alright, so... the coal mine here, let's take a look. That's on the highest deposit right now. Hey, Raiden. Wie geht's, mein Freund? Alright, let's get our coal mine figured out. So, fossil fuels, coal. So the maximum number of workers is 220 from the coal mine. You need people to work in here, and we're going to need a lot of coal. Coal, in the interim, guys, is going... because it's 1960. It's going to be our power source, and it's also going to be our heating source. So we're going to need a heater over here, right? And we're also going to need... the power plant. So let's also put down, well, we need a coal processing plant, but we need to go into power, and we need a coal power plant. So let's just take a look at this real quick. You need 20 people to run this thing. Its consumption at maximum production is 23 tons of coal, and it produces 1,400 megawatt hours of power. Okay. Isn't it better to put heating on a hill? Why? How big do you need the flatbed to be? Ideally a long box, so 8 foot. That would do. That is basically what I'm looking for. Oh, dude. 4x4 crew cab boom truck. That is exactly what I'm looking for. With the mount, oh dude, with the crane. The high offer, okay, so first of all, it's in Claremont, Alberta. That's not near me. The high offer is 160 G's. So hired, we're not getting that for multiple reasons, but that's exactly what I need. Let's just say that's out of the budget for parties involved. That's oil sands money, yeah, baby. Alright, so the coal power plant is 1,400 megawatt hours. That should be good enough to power everything that you see in here for a little while. The reason why I want to work on the power plant is because I want to design the grid. I want to finish designing the grid. I have electrical that goes up to here, and then we need to kind of put it all together. So, what I like to do is when we're planning, build out a minimum viable product here. So, we need the coal mine. That coal mine needs to dump into a coal processing plant. Now, the coal mine has belt connectors, The reason why it has a belt connector is because it has a lot of waste. It produces a lot of waste because it's a mine, because some of the stuff that they mine might not be coal. And by might not, I mean it won't be. Why does the maximum deposit have to be that? I don't know. Okay. Alright. Let's do that. Let's do that. That's too sharp of a turn. Alright, let's see if I can... I want to put the road in to see if I can get the coal over. That belt to go... See if we can get the aggregate belt to go over the road. No, it doesn't like it. Okay. I could probably get it to do it, but it seems like it needs to be far away because the coal output is... Yeah, see? We could put it here and it would work. It's enough to get that thing up and over. Sneaky, the thing about this is that you don't necessarily need an aggregate overpass. Interestingly enough. Let's see that, you know, we made that stupid frickin' road there. Hold on. A small overpass actually might do us right. Do any of these things dump high? Nope. No, that's not going to work. All right. So... The coal processing plant is not necessarily limited. That doesn't have to be there. So how about we place the coal first again, right? And we want to place this with the road facing that way, belt facing that way. But we also need a road to go in front of it. So let me mirror it. Find the highest concentration, which is right there. All right, so now... we gotta have some spacing to this road, so we'll put this road right here, right? Oh, that actually, yeah, that didn't really work. All right. Let's go in here like this. Now, coal processing. Let's place that down, and we'll see if we can make it cross. Balls. Okay, so this whole thing has got to go forward a little bit more. No problem. We're working. You know, Sneaky, if we wanted enough for that elevator, or the overpass might be what we have to do. Remember, I'd prefer to just build the belt to go right over the road. If we do that, right, we don't need to worry about it. But I need to see what, like, our threshold is for a road here. Like, can I put that road right there and have it not be a big deal? I'm wondering if moving the processing plant closer to the road is going to help us here. could elevate your coal plant as well to get it across the road. V, I don't mind that idea, dude, to be honest with you. Because, once again, we can just have an elevator go over it, right? Like, you can do that. It's not a big deal. Right? But that's just an extra 11 tons of steel, 2.4 extra mechanical components, 5.1 tons of asphalt, concrete, and gravel. This stuff all costs money. I mean, how much does this one cost? Is that one as much? This is not an overpass for what it's worth, but... That's not a lot. 1.2 mechanical. That's 5.6 tons of steel. Just out of curiosity, on the market here, what's steel trading at? Yeah, 283. That's a lot. No, it's not the end of the world, but... That one's 11 tons of steel, but... Prefer to just have the damn thing go across, but... Alright, we'll, 14 tons of steel. 11 tons of steel. If we can figure out a way to just belt it over, we can cut our steel cost in half. So, let's just play with this for a second. Oh, I saw it. There we go. Got it. See? Well, now it's 19 tons of steel, but whatever. We got ourselves an overpass. Good. Good enough. That is a very, very low bridge, but whatever. See that right there? Just not having to use the overpass, dudes, that's saving us a lot of resources right there. If it's one thing I've noticed in this game, money, it adds up. It adds up fast. I wonder if it's because I put a waypoint in there. Can we get rid of it? Yes, we can. Alright, now let's just make a road go to the mine. Like that. Alright, so. Coal plant to coal processing, right? Coal processing plant doesn't need a lot of people, it needs 15. But the plant needs 220. Okay.
Discovery.
Gosh, 63-month resub. This month will be the P-63 King Cobra. Well, not popular with the Western Allies. It was extremely popular in the lower altitude dogfights of the Eastern Front. Yeah, Bell sold them as an export fighter to the Soviet Union. Well, Lend-Leased. The King Cobra. Actually a super interesting plane, dudes, if you really want to know. Mid-engined. Yes, you heard that right. Mid-engined. Extremely maneuverable in combat because mid-engine. For the same exact reasons that a mid-engine car handles well. With this type of plane, the center of mass is on your center of lift. Extremely maneuverable. Yep, built in Niagara Falls. So the P-63, like I said, has the engine behind the pilot. and a drive shaft that goes around the cockpit. Yep. The drive shaft, here, let's see if I can show you. The engine's behind the cockpit and the drive shaft goes around it to the motor. That allowed you to put a cannon up in the front. And the cannon, if I'm recalling correctly, the cannon goes through the propeller. Your great-grandpa worked at that plant. That's cool, Wayfair. Right on, man. I got to see one in California last summer at an air show. Pretty Polly was their nose hard. I know that plane. Yeah. Yeah, it goes through this. It goes through the propeller. The propeller nose cone is a cannon. There's a cannon barrel right there. And the cannon goes through the drive shaft, which is actually, once again, super interesting. Why put a cannon on the propeller? That's a good question, Nova. Why put a cannon on the propeller? Because when you have a plane that has a fixed gun, okay? So, like on the wing or in the nose, right? You have to point the plane, right? You have to point the plane at your target. When they were dogfighting in World War II, they didn't have turrets that could move around except on like bombers and stuff, and well, it didn't worked-ish, right? So you have to use the plane as your turret, right? If you have the cannon lined up with the pilot, it's easier to aim the cannon because you're already looking down the gun sight of the cannon, right? Because it's lined up with you. It's right in front of you. It's the exact same reason. That's the exact reason why the A-10, for instance, has the cannon right in line with the pilot. Whatever the pilot is looking at, the cannon is looking at. Well, wherever the plane is pointing is where the cannon is pointing. That's the idea. Like I said, that's the reason why the A-10 has the GAU 8 Avenger, the 30mm depleted uranium Gatling gun. It's lined up with the cockpit. I mean, actually, it's a little bit offset because they had to put the landing gear in the front, but whatever. Lining up the cannon makes it easier for the pilot to line up a shot. The weapons on the wings, right, fixed, you have to set a convergence angle to coordinate with your gun sight because the pilot can't aim down the sight of the gun because it's out on the wing. Yeah, that's why. That's why they did that. The Americans weren't the only ones that did that. The Germans had a version of the Messerschmitt 109 that had a cannon going through the engine block. Yeah. The Bf 109 had an upside-down diesel engine inside of it with a cannon that went through the crankshaft. Well, not the crankshaft. It went through the engine block. And there was a propeller lined up over here. Or there's a cannon lined up with the propeller. And the cannon went through the engine block. You can't go through the crankshaft because of the way it is. Keep in mind that was only certain versions of the 109. That was only certain versions. Oh, there's one. Yeah, also you heard that right. There's an upside down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's an upside down V12 diesel inside of this. The pistons are going like this. Not like this. Yep, see? Cannon quite actually going through. So the engine is like this with the cylinders going this way, and the cannon goes through the block. Pretty cool. Did the guns have heating issues? It's a cannon. You don't fire it very much. Wouldn't that mean you would lead your aiming your plane ahead of the enemy plane? Well, Toasty, yeah. Yeah, of course. If you want to get into the trigonometric functions of aiming a gun in a dogfight, yes. You aim it where the plane's going to be. But yeah, that's the idea. Does the ammunition kick the propeller? No, it goes through the propeller assembly. It goes through it. It's not like a cannon is mounted up here. The cannon goes through the spinning assembly. It never interferes with the propeller. The axle that the propeller spins on is hollow, and there's a cannon barrel in it. Yeah, pretty cool. Good tangent, Gaw. Now, they did figure out a way, Steam, to have the machine guns, like in World War I, like if you have a machine gun that's mounted behind a propeller, they did, aerospace engineers 100 years ago figured out a way to get it so your bullets don't hit your own propeller. The machine guns, the machine gun's safety is attached to a cam called an interrupter. And that made it so the gun actually gets safed. The guns get safetied when a propeller is going by the barrel. So it's called an interrupter gear, right? So it's like another camshaft. It's another eccentric that put the machine guns on safe when a propeller's going by. So that synchronized the firing rate of the machine gun to the RPMs of the propeller. Yeah. Huge breakthrough during World War I, interrupter gear. Because before you had to kind of just time it and hope it was good, and if you hit your propeller blade, good luck. Yep, that's right, V. I would prefer a truck, goalie, not a trailer. We already have a trailer to do stuff. Nah, that's Bush League. I don't want to do that. But say no more. Let's get back to our coal. So it shoots in sync. Not that primitive. Yeah. Primitive by our standards, but actually a super good idea for the time. Yeah, Reptar, yeah, that's cool. Caleb Douglas, a Mercedes AMG F1 powertrain guy, also wrote a book on the World War II horsepower war. Awesome. Workers and resources? No. Guns and planes. What do you want? Okay, so now we have our coal processing plant. So we got to keep in mind, guys, that now that we're working on places, you know, we have a place here where where workers are actually going to work. We have to think about ways for them to get there. So if we have our coal plant here, and this is what I was trying to think about with gravel the other day. We have our coal plant here, you have your gravel plant here, right? That's not going to need anybody. It's the gravel processing plants that need stuff. So this is why I wanted to ultimately move construction material over here. Because if we take this and make belts that go across the road, right? And then we have a huge belt harness, so to speak, that goes down this way, right? Out of our coal processing area and the gravel processing area, or the gravel area, to a processing area over here, right? We can keep all the places that need labor to work in one spot. Because you got to remember, over there is where I want my initial city to be. Over here is where I want my construction mats to be. It's kind of far away because pollution, right? Kind of far away. So we want to make sure that they have ways to get there quickly, and it'd be easier to make a bus line, right? That drops off all the workers for the coal mine, the gravel, coal processing, gravel processing, all in one spot. Now, I misspoke a second ago. The gravel quarry doesn't need people. You can just assign construction excavators to it, and they'll just dig and get you unprocessed iron ore. But the point is that I want like an industrial sector, and I want it to be able to be easily accessible, right? It needs to be accessible, and it needs to all kind of be in one spot, right? Now, later down the road, we also got to plan that, maybe people in this republic are going to have cars. Remember, I don't want just buses or just trains or just trams or whatever. I want all of them, right? My new favorite thing in this game is raised trams, like in Chicago, not affected by snow. Really? Double Nuts, can you put an L? Can you make L's, like in Chicago? Can you put it over a road? So that? Interesting. Metro tracks. There's raised stations? Bro. Can you make roads go underneath this? It looks like you could.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That looks like a New York subway station. That one can have roads go underneath it, just not in the right direction. Hey, Owen, 71-month resub. Thanks, man. Interesting. I'll have to keep that into account. Or keep that, you know what I'm trying to say. Alright, anyway. If you place it, can you place the roads underneath it? Let me check. No. Oh, that's not the right one. Hold on. It looks like you can, and that certainly looks like an L station. That's a shame. That would be superbly useful, but...
Discovery,
Hey,
go
Cryptet,
at throttle up.
64-month resub. I learned about this stuff doing tutorials last night. Right on, man. Damn, do you ever sleep? I sleep enough, dude. Does that help? Guys, do you think it might be a viable thing to bring in coal ore by train initially? Or should we just go right for the mine? It would be a handy capability to have. Mine does require a workforce. Just turning ideas in my head. Coal mines require so much labor, I find it hard to do early in the game. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. Depends on how the price develops. Right now, it's $6. $6 a ton. That might not be a bad idea. Yeah, Sneaky. The problem is that there's train aggregate loading stations, and then there's aggregate... See, there's aggregate loading stations, and then there's aggregate unloading stations. Oh. Yeah, see? There's unloading and loading. They're two different things. I don't think we can have one that does both. Speaking of Fred's thoughts on the Marchand trade, hockey's no, it's baseball season. Does the warehouse do both? I don't know if the warehouse can hold coal. I don't think warehouses can move raw materials. Just put the loading and unload in series. You wouldn't likely be doing both at the same time. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Yeah. If we did that, we would need an aggregate storage buffer. Yeah. Okay. What's the settings? Maximum difficulty. Cash in. It's full realistic playthrough. And I find that you have to be kind of careful with how you implement stuff in realistic. So what I'm doing is I'm building out everything that I think I'm going to need by like 1980, but build scalability into it, so I'm not trying to build a bajillion things at once and then go bankrupt. So, like, for instance, this big cargo terminal, we're going to pay a lot of money to make that. But eventually, like, it's connected to 2 warehouses and 4 open storages. I'll just build one. Just build one, and then build 1 track to this damn thing. Right? You don't need to build 6 tracks. We build to scale. You know what I mean? That's my idea. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to build all the train tracks, all the highways. I'm trying to keep everything nice and spread out because you run out of room really quickly in this game. That was my problem with my last Republic. I got up to the 90s, right? And I had pretty big freaking cities and everything was jam-packed. And I tried to go car-centric and I jam-packed everything and there's traffic jams everywhere. I'm trying to avoid all that. So I'm trying to keep everything nice and spread out. So if and when I do eventually try to put cars back in this game, if I do, right, we don't have to worry about it. Like I built in the option to build cars, and the option to have a good working train system, and the option to have a good highway system, right? Like the highway itself. Note that I just have 2 bridges here. I'll build 1 bridge initially and build 1 lane. And then when that starts getting jammed up, we build the other lane and then switch this to a 1-way and switch that to a 1-way. And then eventually you build out your entire interchange. And then eventually we could build it to 4 lanes going one way, 4 lanes going the other, and then you could use the one-ways to make lane changes, essentially making frontage lanes. So even my highways are scalable. That's what I'm trying to do. I am working on doing utilities now. Right now I have electrical wires going to the border, 2 substations, and every substation is connected to a big switch, so a 6-way high voltage switch. And it has the capacity to be able to get up to 30 megawatts. Once again, I have the first line is completely planned out, but second line I put in provisions, and I put in provisions to make it. Every substation has the provisions to have 2 of these lines so I can carry up to 30 megawatts of power. And then that's all switched into each border here. 1 and 2 for now. And then, you know, down the road, you know, at it like minimum viable, we import power. And then over here, I have coal, right? And I'm working on coal. And what I'm trying to do with the coal is plan out the heating plant here and the power plant. So the coal doesn't have to travel very far, right? From there, will build out, my power lines coming in here. We'll build out a pretty big substation here, and then it'll go across. I left space basically right here along this on-ramp to have the power lines go through here and then power the main area of the city, which is going to be over here. It'll go right up the spine of this, because over here, eventually what I want to do is basically mirror this and have it go over here like that. Basically a mirror of this on this axis. So this road will go this way. It'll turn, cross over into my construction material production area, and then keep going that way. And then we could, based off that, we could even build up more out here. I'm trying to keep the planning... Yeah, keep the planning going. The middle lane, Erev, could eventually be used for trams. Sure. Right now, that middle lane is just used so I can build roads in parallel. So, for instance, if I'm trying to build this segment of road, that segment of road, this segment of road, and this segment of road all at once, that middle road allows me to build 4 roads in parallel instead of build this, build this, build this, and then build that. That's what the middle lane is for. It's just there for future-proofing. Same with the middle lane for the highway. That's never going to get used for highway stuff. It's just a utility corridor for trucks. Is the money spent from the surface grading? The money is spent on buying fuel for bulldozers and excavators themselves to grade stuff. Yes. I had to buy the equipment. And then I had to buy the fuel for the equipment to get it to work. And that's how I've been able to grade everything. Dude, I've had this game on pause. This is the 14th part in the playthrough. I've unpaused the game twice. Because I want to play in everything. And then when we actually unpause the game, it'll just be okay, I want to build this, then build this, then build this. I don't have the build order absolutely figured out yet. But, once again, I'm trying to design and plan everything for what I want this city to be in March of 1980, not 1960. But, obviously, we're not going to build right to that. We're going to have to scale. So you scale up over time. That's the idea. Right now I'm working on coal, but what I was thinking with the coal plant is that it might be better to bring in coal ore in the interim time here. Bring in the coal ore, refine it myself, because refining doesn't take a lot of labor, right? And then using that to power the coal plant. That might actually be cheaper than setting up the provisions initially to have people supporting the coal mine. Coal mines take 220 people to work effectively. They need a lot of labor. Because it's 1960, we send people into coal mines in 1960. It's not much in the way of automation here, because it's 1960. Roadcraft? Brimo, it's just the demo that's out. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Who knows? In fact, probably I'll give it a shot this week. What is your 1961 to 63 industry to get off the ground and pay for the next thing? Clothes. Frango. Clothing. I'm going to build a textile industry basically in, well, this area right here for the most part. Yeah, that's kind of the meta. Also, over here, we can start up crude oil export. Yeah. I was thinking it might be nice to build a spur line somewhere. That goes that way to Apatomo. When is the early start DLC supposed to come out? I don't know what the ETA is for that. There'll be bauxite in them hills? Really? I don't think I can even prospect for it yet, but... We also do have iron over here. There's an iron deposit across the river. And I built train track provisions in there to, you know, take that into account. If there's bauxite over here, why walk? Yeah. I slated this area for basically crude and nothing else. We could set up some bauxite stuff going on over here. Bauxite is very easy to refine. It doesn't take a lot of labor. And if you refine it and export it in bulk, you can make a lot of money. Because bauxite is used to make aluminum. It's a really easy ore to refine, and you can make a lot of cash from it. Once again, I haven't really planned this part of the city yet. How high yield are the gravel patches over here? Oh, yeah, Sneaky, it's... I mean, 69 is what's over there. Nice. I've seen 74. The highest concentrations are definitely going to be up in the hills. This is where I put gravel before when I played this map. I don't think we need that, though, dude. That's the thing. What map is this? A New Republic is Born, I believe, is the map. Alright. Dude, I've gotten some pretty nasty builder's block here. Because I'm not sure what to implement first. You know what? Let's just keep going with coal. Problem is that all this stuff is in a really stupid spot. And... Thinking. Hey, Fi Guy, what's going on? Roadcraft is going to be cool, man. Yeah, it's going to be pretty neat. I might want to redo these on-ramps here. Hold on. I'll tell you why in a second. I noticed something a little weird. So... Okay, what I want my construction materials over here. You obviously don't want to connect that into your main highway. No. That would be a bad idea. it would be good to have this road go straight across so my construction vehicles, if they wanted to get to all the area where we build all these construction materials, right? It would be good for them to just drive through this roundabout and go. Or the other thing that I could do is where my center lane is, we could make a bridge that just goes over the roundabout. If we wanted to, that's a viable way. The problem is that there's my exit ramp in the way already. So what I'm wondering is if we could get away with doing this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Merkers, what's up, dude? Yeah. Yeah, we could probably do it. I'm just worried about how the AI is going to deal with the on-ramp coming into the interchange right there, but... Newell, Tier 1 6 months in advance, 28-month resub. Thank you for the great continuous entertainment. My pleasure. See, what that does right there is free up a lot of space for, you can set priorities on the intersection nodes. Yeah, that's right. Once it's up to gravel, at least. Yeah. This makes it so I can have a 4-way interchange off of here. I'm worried traffic is gonna not understand that, but with priority interchanges, you're right. I think we could get it done. So, if we do that, so let me just get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Let's see if we can duplicate this on the other side. So 1, 2, 3, 4.5. And then the curve starts here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 down, 2 over. Like that. I just want it to match. I think it'll look nicer if we do that way. Nice. It still feels weird having the ramps off the main highway be longer on the perpendicular instead of the parallel. Yeah. I mean, Sneaky, we could... I don't see why we couldn't increase the radius of this curve here. At least a little bit. I'm not sure the game is going to understand it, though. That's the problem. The game understands that. But we could always have it go, like, down here and do that. How come there are no cars on the road? The game's paused and I'm designing everything, Don. There's nobody lives here. This is just an empty plot of land that I started designing the city on. I'm essentially building a blueprint right now. Nothing has been built. No, the highways are all planned. So, if you like, this is essentially how, like, residential sectors get made. So, like, let's go, I'm just trying to think of a place off the top of my head I know that this happens. I'll pick Florida. Florida's fine. Like, see all these residential plots? Like, Randall Park right there. And then all this stuff. Basically, these residential areas were designed completely, and then they started building everything. And then eventually, as the thing grew, more people moved in, and they finished it. Like, basically, they had the whole blueprint figured out before they went any further. Right? That's what I'm trying to do. It's interesting. It's a game about Soviet republics, and I'm using Florida as a freaking example. But you get the idea. This doesn't seem to be... I don't think that you're going to find this kind of gameplay, like Garden Variety Workers gameplay. I'm not going to say that I'm playing it any differently than anybody else, but yeah. I know that planning is the key to this game. Soviet game. You're building planned cities. You probably should plan them out a little bit, right? That makes sense. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, quiet. Might allow them to go a bit faster, too. Yeah, Sneaky. Let's, how many grid spots are we away? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a half. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wonder if that's going to give them a bigger threshold, Sneaky. I'm not sure. Like, we'll have to test it. But either way, this allows me to build the road going into the construction mats area, which is good. Occupied Soviet Florida. Look in the desert east of El Paso. Use Google Maps to see what you mean. Yeah, there's planned, like, they build out in... I mean, nowadays, dude... They build out, like, if we go to El Paso, out in West Texas, Oblivion, yeah. They build out entire residential sectors, dude. You'll see a whole neighborhood that's just streets. Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly this. Like, I wonder if we go out here, do we see... Is there any planned residential neighborhoods that they haven't built yet? Yeah, right there. See? Look. Check this out, Don. That's exactly what I'm doing. Oblivion, good call, dude. See? Look, this is exactly what I'm doing. The whole thing is planned out with dirt roads, and then they build it. Like, they have the city all planned out for miles. Look. Is that crazy? Like, no one lives here. These are just roads. They're just roads that they're using to build out and zone residential property in anticipation of growth. there's like an entire city out here that's zoned. Yeah, there's a freaking entire city out here that's all zoned. It's all zoned zoned areas. Like, look, they even have cul-de-sacs. Do any of these have street view? No, but the road does. This is just going to look like a field. It's not going to look like anything from here. It's going to look like West Texas, which is nothing. This is out in the desert, Jens, in West Texas. So you have El Paso. El Paso is a border city on the border of Juarez City. So they built this all out in plans of anticipation of growth. Like, they just zoned all of this. Like, it's zoned all the way up to the mountains, which is actually freaking nuts, dude. But yeah, Oblivion, this is a great call. Good. This is exactly what I'm doing, dudes. They even have the highways planned. See? They even have the highways and all the main roads planned out for growth. For when, you know, the city will eventually grow. And they have it all planned out basically all the way to this hill. This entire basin is zoned, which is crazy to me. Like, look, they even have boulevards, highways, main roads. And you can see right here that they've started. Look, it looks like city skylines, dude. Like, you see some unzoned properties. School. That looks like cities, which is hilarious to me. Look, they even have roundabouts. Yeah, you can pretty much tell that they've been doing that for quite some time. And this is the older parts of the city here. The older parts of the city are just grids. That happens in Phoenix as well. Yep. I've never been to El Paso, just on a side note. Never been there. Interesting. I know that West Texas is empty. There's a lot of nothing out there. Dude, talk about sprawl. Look at Juarez City. Holy crap, they're doing the same thing. See? Like, what's the point of having a yard if there's no grass on it? Yeah. Dude, you couldn't have a lawn out here even if you wanted to. The sun will just kill all the grass. They don't have lawns out west like that, dude. There's no lawn out there. You have that if you're rich. You just have some rocks. Anyway, this is a great example, Oblivion. Thank you. That is exactly what I'm doing. I'm building out the entire thing in anticipation of growth, and we'll just zone it as we go. Meanwhile, golf courses. Note that they build the golf course around a lake. Or either that or it's a man-made lake, and it's retaining water so they can water the damn grass. But dude, look at everything. Look at the rough on this golf course. Look at the rough. The rough is all dead. Only the fairways and the greens are actually green. Dude, hitting your ball into the freaking mesquite like that must suck. Talk about a crappy lie. Am I right? But you even see the fairways. The fairways just get destroyed. Destroyed, dude. There's like, yeah, there's no... There's no lawns out there. Anyway. So now I can keep this road going. I'm wondering if we should do the same to this interchange down here. You play it where it lies. I might have to redo some of this if I do that down there. Like, if I change the interchange and put a roundabout right there, we can make this road straight. And then we could make this road have a roundabout right here that goes down into the tunnel like that. And then have one that goes that way as well. That'll make it so if a truck is here, it doesn't need to go down underneath the highway, through the roundabout, over the bridge to get to the rail depot. That probably is something we should do. Balls. That's gonna... I'm gonna need to undo a lot of work to do that, but... Yeah, Raiden, maybe. Yeah, they zoned all that land out there. Somebody got paid a lot of money to survey all that, dude. But yeah, I don't think anybody does it to that scale. But then again, it is Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas, man. Including the rockets. Can confirm. You make the Boston equivalent Soviet city. No, TJ, I want my city to function correctly, okay? And second part of that, Boston already is a Soviet city. I'm kidding. I live here. I can kid about that. All right. Well, let's go ahead and implement the roundabouts here. The AI might understand that. It's possible. We'll see. How viable is EdgeCod in this game? I'll find out. We'll find out. You know what I'm saying? 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 I'll find out. Don't worry. Give me some time. We got plenty of land. You know what I'm saying? Alright. The city of tomorrow. You don't like it? You face the wall. What's up, Rocket? Alright, so... I can make the road. We can extend it, the road over here for construction materials. That's fine. Now, okay, the other reason why I wanted to do this, guys, is because coal, obviously, like I said, we got coal over here, and we said it might be better in the short term to have coal, it might be better in the short term to bring in coal ore for refinement before we get the coal mine working, right? So if we're doing that, I would want aggregate offload, aggregate loading and unloading over here. So that means for our construction materials area, we'd need to build another train yard, something like this, right? And something like that. Not exactly like the cargo unloading terminal, but you get the idea. Now, the other thing to take into account is that my railroad lines, I want another Y right here, and I want the tracks to run along the coast and build a train station in the future center of my city. And then the tracks can go all the way over here, and we could have another train station. We could have one. I want a train station here. I want a central train station here, and then another train station over here. Right? And then I want the tracks to tee into my main line over here. Now, where the tracks are going to go from here, I don't know. It would be kind of cool to maybe have the tracks go under here again and make a loop. But I don't know. We'll see. The other thing is that it would be nice to have rail service over here, because bauxite is apparently over here, along with oil as well. So oil loading terminal might not be the worst idea here as well. So we're going to need a Y over here, and then I don't know what we're going to do about this wetlands area. Hey, Jojo. Make a T intersection before the first bridge. Sorry, before the underpass. Right here, Raiden? Have the tracks keep going? So the only thing that I'd be really worried about with this is that if a train for whatever reason is going here, there's no way to get to this track if we put another Y right there, right? There's no way for that to happen. The other thing I was thinking about doing is building a Y off of the end of our yard right here. Building a Y and having the tracks go that way. And then making a railroad underpass right here. So basically making an overpass for the highway. So the highway will go up and over, and then it'll go underneath that bridge. That was the idea. That was another idea that I'm toying with. That will get me easy access to over here. But the only problem with that is that now anything that's in the depot really has no way of getting down there. Because they'd have to stop, and they'd have to go back. So we got to think about kind of direction of traffic here, you know what I mean? How come Western cities can fix traffic problems better than East Coast cities? You have way more space than we do. Like, way more space, dude. I don't know, man. I'm hung up on this coal thing. Should we just shoot right for the coal mine? I mean, it might not be a bad idea because of heating and because of power. The other thing is that I could do a spur line. We could have another frontage track here, and we could make the spur line over here. Now, I got to think about this for a second. What's going to need to connect to this train track? If I build a spur line for aggregate loading and unloading over here, right, that tees off this way, right? What is it going to need to connect to? Well, the spur line would be there to bring in coal from the border. We have a connection there. That's no problem. Do we have a connection to the depot? Yes. What we wouldn't have is a crossover connection to my cargo terminal. But nothing at this cargo terminal needs coal or gravel. None of it needs aggregates. My gravel aggregate storage is going to go in my coal aggregate storage. Well, gravel aggregate storage is going over here. We're going to need a coal and a gravel aggregate storage somewhere over here. One, so I can give gravel to the buildings that need them to make construction materials. And also, so my trucks, my construction vehicles, the dump trucks can go and grab gravel very easily. Day one, you have to be frugal. Initial plan for coal and gravel should be by truck, not train, because trains are expensive. Yes and no, Frango. I understand that trains are expensive. What I'm doing is building out capability that I would want down the road. We build out the capability first, and then we figure out how to scale. Like, what's the interim, what will work in the interim, right? That's where we start doing the whole truck thing, you know? That's another thing that's wearing on my mind. That's another thing that's freaking wearing on my mind. Like, what, Yeah, singular road shouldn't be too big of a deal. I'm talking about how you get off the ground on day one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but you're not listening to me. I know. I understand that. I'm building to scale, so I'm building what I want for 1980, Frank, but I'm also building it in a way that we can figure out what the interim is to build to this. The example that I've been giving everybody is right here with the trains. This depot has the provisions for 2 railroad construction areas and 2 railroad depots. Am I building all that right away? No. We build 1 depot and 1 construction area when we get to the point for trains, right? And then, all you need to do is build 2 tracks. 1 track there, 1 track there, call it a day. Build the fueling depot, and then you're good. You're fine. That's enough. That's going to be enough for a while. Eventually, when we go to build out all the rest of these dang tracks, right? We might need more construction. We might need more railroad storage, right? So we build it. Over here at the substation, we're going to need electricity. I'm not exceeding the maximum capacity of that highlighted wire anytime soon. 15 megawatts. We're not exceeding that. 15 megawatts at 109 kilovolts. We're not exceeding that anytime soon. But I built in the provisions for a second line just in case. Not just in case, when we exceed it. When we pull something past 15 megawatts, right? We can go up to 30 with this design. Heck, I even put provisions for a 3rd power line across roads, just so I wouldn't forget that I can scale if I need to. See what I'm saying? I understand, dude, we're not building this immediately. If I tried to build this right now, I would use all this money to build this, and this doesn't generate us any cash. I understand that. Even my construction depots. You build the repair depot first, and then build 2 depots out. And then you build 2 more, and then you build 2 more, and then we could eventually scale up to 10 facilities, right? Over here, I have parking lots, a fire station, a gas station, and a bus stop that's designed to get labor to the repair terminal, the repair shop, and the fire station, so this entire area gets serviced. Do I need all those parking lots right away? No. All we really need is the bus stop. And then the fire station and repair station, right? That's all we really need. But eventually, we could scale to build this whole thing. Right? The open resource storage areas right here. I can use that to stockpile resources. Do those resources need to be brought in by train initially? No. We can bring them in by trucks. What's stopping us, right? Eventually, though, it's going to make more sense to bring it in by a train. So when we get to a certain level of profitability, we go back over to my rail depot, start building at least one track to the cargo terminal, and then use the depots to move trains so I can move raw materials here. And then way down the road, when all my construction material areas are finished, I can use this to export surplus construction materials. See what I'm saying? That's what I mean about operability, building scalability into my design. Like, I'm trying to kind of loop one into the other, into the other, into the other. That's just proving to be a little bit weird over here with the coal. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to do this. Hey, Luca, what's going on? Build aggregate unloading loading yard across from the tracks from construction materials yard and belt over the tracks to your mat yards. Yeah. Sure. But yeah, I mean, we could do that, but that still doesn't figure out what we're going to do with the coal. So that scalability, Frengo, is where I'm kind of like hitting a dead end here. Not a dead end, just it's a hard problem to solve. The mine we can build out, but mines take a ton of time to make. Not very good for the immediate early game. However, for the immediate early game, we're going to need something. We need something to bring in coal. We need to bring in coal for our heater plant. We need to bring in coal for the power plant. Right? So what do we do? What do we do to fix this problem? Right? How are we going to get this working? Where is the power plant going? I haven't even figured out where I want it. I would like, I mean, I know the general area. It needs to be somewhere in here. The main power plant. And I also want a sewage treatment plant here as well. You need 2 coal processors, early coal. Early coal you import. Yeah. So, Frango, it's like Ando, it's like what Frango was saying. It probably is better to import by a truck in the short term.
This is space. I mean space.
Say we have a power plant. Let's talk it out. Say we have a power plant, right? Let's go over into my power. Hey, Midge. Thanks to Hokie for your gifted sub. What's going on? So say we have our coal power plant. This needs to be connected to an aggregate storage. An aggregate storage that's at least accessible via truck. And then later down the road, we can build it into our entire coal network. But what does that coal network look like? I want to build it out now, right? But we got to figure it out. Heat the entire imported city with cheap coal while working towards your own. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. Can I have a job if I move to your community? I think about it. So let's just... We need more space. I'm running out of space here. So a small storage yard in the offload yard to supply utilities, then belt over as supplies increase. Eventually, yeah. Save the power plant for after the coal mine is almost ready. So what does that leave? That leaves heating. Now, with the heating lines, the distance of your heating lines makes a big difference. Because you're piping basically antifreeze through these lines, in the winter, you're piping it through a cold ground. If you pipe it through the cold ground, eventually all of the hot coolant in there will freeze over a long enough distance. Your heating power plants need to be close to your city, but they don't want to be you don't want them too close to pollute. Is there a viable spot for a future coal mine closer to the tracks that you could import coal and build out for that to your power plant? The coal mine itself has to be right there, Grayling. That's the highest deposit of coal in the area. That's the highest one by a long shot. It has to be right there. Now the processing plant? No, that doesn't need to be there. We can just belt it further away. You could just build more belts. Now that does cost more resources, but like I said, if we're building near the railroad tracks, you know, we have rail access, right? And the benefits of the rail access outweighs the cost of building a belt to get that coal all the way to the tracks, right? Yeah, there's a deposit right here. Heating will need to be trucked in at the start. All right, I need to look at some reference. Let's go back over to Košice. El Paso doesn't need centralized heating. It just heats itself. Is there a heating plant here? I saw heating pipes in here before. Yeah, see the pipes? Those are absolutely heater pipes. Now, where's the heating plant? There's the coolant pipes. There's the heating plant. See the plant? The plant is right on the train tracks with aggregate storage. See? It's right on the tracks. That's a heater plant right there. Is it really more efficient to have centralized heating like this? No. No, it's not. Well, to an extent, I suppose. But, I wish you didn't have to do this way, but whatever. Yeah, see, we just followed the heater pipes. You have to build these in the game. Now, you could either build them underground. Underground pipes make it less likely to... Your coolant can go further when it's in an underground pipe, but it's a lot more expensive to make it. Overground pipes are the cheapest, but you can only go so far before the coolant in the pipes freezes. And it basically is ineffective. You don't pollute your immediate air with combustion products. I mean... Are those water hammer curves for steam? It's not steam. They're using steam to heat up propylene glycol, Bill. Antifreeze. That's what they use. They use antifreeze. Coolant. Yeah, they heat up a bunch of coolant, and then they pump the coolant through these pipes. The pipes aren't moving steam. They're moving propylene glycol. So, like I said, antifreeze. Like the same thing you put in the radiator in your car. And you see the heat pipe goes into the ground right... Dude, I love it that they just built it through this residential neighborhood. They're just... Soviet engineers are like, no, just build it there. It's fine. Literally a coolant pipe over your shed. This is fine. A place of business gets centralized heat that's over 100 C in the winter, and we exchange the heat with our own internal installation. I'm wondering what a good distance for the heating plant is at this point. Do they flow both steam and antifreeze though, or do they just heat up the antifreeze to create steam in the homes? No. No, the heating plant heats up antifreeze with. Actually, I don't know if they use steam. I don't know what they use. They might just heat the damn thing, heat the coolant with a coal with a fire, right, and then just pump the hot coolant through the pipes. I don't actually know how those heat plants work exactly, to be honest with you. Is it possible to provide gas to each home later? No, you can't do that, Tom. That's what I mean. There's no other heating option. It has to be centralized heat, which is. All of New York City runs on steam, and they pump the steam through. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you have to put the heat exchangers down. And the heat exchangers will, that's basically your AoE. It's heating medium with additives that increase the boiling point. It's antifreeze, dude. Like I said, it's propylene glycol. I do know that. It's just antifreeze. It's the same stuff you put in a car. Now, there might be a custom mixture or something, but that's what it is, dude. Let me check something with cargo here. Cargo cannot offload, yeah, aggregates, balls. Instead of this heat plant nonsense, just make them wear a sweater. I need to do a little bit more research here. Give me one moment. I'm just trying to see what's our distances here. So, heat is distributed to buildings directly from the heating plant, or can be transported in pipes to pumping stations or heat exchangers. Heating pipes have a maximum distance of 1,000 meters. Buildings that demand heat store a small amount of hot water, so any intermittency in heating generation will not immediately affect buildings. The buildings are exchanging it with steam, Phil. Like what Ando is talking about in the game. That's how it works. Maximum temperature heating plant is 90 C. Temperature above 20 C in the buildings is good. Everything below that will impact health. Closer the building is to the heat exchanger, the higher the temperature in a building. Heat pipes above ground lose more heat to the environment during transportation compared to underground heating pipes. Downside of the underground heating pipes, it takes longer to build and it's more expensive. Keep the heating plant 700 meters away from the city edge you are not expanding to because of pollution. 700 meters is... $2,300 feet. Okay, so it needs to be about a half mile away. Well, I eventually want residential areas potentially all in these blocks, so we're going to need to use the highway as our meter. The problem is that if we use the highway here, in which case my spot for the heating plant right here is fine. Problem is I'm not 100% sure if that's close enough, that we might be too far away. Large heating plant should be 800 meters away from residents, though you can get away with a shorter distance if its heat load and thus pollution generation isn't too high. I know you didn't ask for it, but small heating plant only needs to be 500 meters away. Heating pumps increase the heat load on the heating pipe and should only ever be used for 3 reasons. To extend the distance from the heating plant, as you may want a residential zone deeper than 1 kilometer away. To get heat exchangers closer to the individual buildings, which drastically reduces the heat loss from the wireless connection between buildings and the heat exchangers. You might bunch 3 small heat exchangers off of 1 large heat pump to cut down on the temperature drop between buildings in the area. To sum the output of multiple heating plants together, namely to provide bulk heating with a waste-fired heating plant with a backup from a coal-fired heating plant. Oh, okay. I wouldn't do more than 2 pumps in a row. The third might be useful if used to reduce the wireless connection losses, but any more probably is not worth it due to the pump's heat load in the heating plant. Yep. The real issue is the heat loss from the pipes. Buried pipes lose about 9 degrees Celsius per kilometer, and the above-ground pipes lose 18 per kilometer. Heat just does not travel well. So depending on your ability to manage is... Okay, this is what I wanted to know, right there. So... about 16 Fahrenheit per kilometer. A kilometer is 1,600 feet. We would ideally want this to be pretty close. And see, this is what I'm wondering now. You know, we want coal, we want our construction maps over here. I eventually want the city to go over here like this. It might be better to have a heating plant right here, and then for this side of the city have another heating plant there. But if we do all that, right? If we do all that, we need a way to get coal there and there eventually in mass numbers, either by a belt or some other venue. They're Soviet people. They breathe coal for breakfast. Don't worry. 9 minutes till Raptor side? Alright. So it's a 7-mile radius if all the pipes are underground? Did they say it outputted at 90? With a big enough buffer, it could be handled by trucks. Yeah, but trains might be a better idea. Well, that's the heating plant right there. That's the Koshise heating plant, which is where all the pictures are from. That's one of them. I don't know if there's another one. I'm sure we could find it. But also, that's super freaking close as well. There's apartments all over there. Love the color of that lake. The heating plant is quite actually in the middle of the damn city.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Is there another one down here? Oh, who knows what the heck that was. Some kind of factory. The early game trucks are fine. I was fine until 10,000 population with just 2 mediocre trucks importing coal. Yeah. Even had 81 months. Thank you. Why are you looking at Koshise? A lot of the buildings and workers and resources, because the developers are from here, a lot of the buildings and workers and resources are buildings from this city. Like the heating plant. The heating plant, the flats, the houses, the roads, the trains, buildings. These are all the buildings that are in workers and resources, dude. Even the old town buildings. Pretty cool, huh? Yes, you know. Well, if you know that, why'd you ask? I'm just looking for reference to how they set this up. What the hell is that? Just a smokestack? It might be viable to use a cableway. Cableway? Why not just use a belt, Sneaky? Yeah, PB, I got it, dude. We're good. I think belts have a range even with lifts. Yeah, I'll think about it. So the cableway is more like a long-range belt. Cableways are special that they're the only thing that can take a factory connection and turn it into an aggregate one. Very handy for large amounts of gravel waste. Does the city have a corn hub yet? Yes. I've designed it. We haven't built it yet. There, it's right there. Have you played Factorio Space Age? No, I haven't. Are you importing and mining the coal? Well, German, the thing is that eventually we want to have our own. There's a coal mine right there with a 70% deposit. But that's not very viable in the early game. I'm trying to figure out, because this is a big planned city. I'm trying to figure out where the medium is between building what I want, right, and what I need, right? I would ideally just want to build out what I want and then figure out what I need based off of that. I think that's what I did in the past. That's what I did with all these gigantic facilities over here. So it might be the smart thing to do. Ah, thanks, Paul. I just had it stuffed. Yeah, you know what? I'm overthinking this. I'm gonna build what I want, and then we'll figure out of what I want. Like, we're gonna build the best facility we possibly can. And then out of that facility, we'll figure out what we need. I think that's the right move. Yeah, that's the ticket, I think. All right, so let's build what a kind of like maxed out coal facility would have. How much does this thing produce? 4.1 tons of coal ore. That's what I've been saying, or at least trying to say. Yeah, Andrew, sorry, I had to talk myself through it, dude. Sometimes I just get strimmer brain and I'm just an idiot, you know? Like... Alright. Well, if we're gonna do this, that was good with the belt and everything, but if we're gonna do this, I'm gonna redo some of this a little bit, because I would want a buffer. We'd want an aggregate storage buffer for coal, or just in case. Somebody did mention that. That's a good idea. I want to design everything to have roads underneath it. Like, I want roads underneath the belts. It's going to make it easier for trucks to move around. And we can obviously get away with it here. How can we get away with that? How come we can get away with this so easily? Right? Whatever. Yeah, it's probably because... Yeah, Sneaky, you're probably right. Alright, so now... Yes, Grayling, we can do that. That's probably what I'm going to end up building here. And then we'll see. Let's build out the entire thing and then see how we can incrementally implement it. That's what I had done in the past. For some reason, it wasn't clicking in my brain how I designed this stuff. I know that sounds really stupid, but yeah, forgive me. Sometimes, yeah, I've been away for 2 weeks. I got to remember how I did this.
everybody.
Raptor side chat, there it is.
Chat time.
Alright, we can shut off Starbase Live audio. Okay, there we go. I decided to make coal go this way because we have more space this way. There's train tracks that way, so might be better to have the whole line go in a different direction, at least initially. Oh, thanks, Grayling. I appreciate the follow, bud. So, we're either being invaded by bugs, or I'm moving a bunch of dirt around. For fine-tuning, drummer? No, not really. Fine-tuning? No, probably not. If you want to move terrain in big chunks, yeah. Like if I wanted to flatten this, sure. Just flattening this area is fine for now. Yeah, German. Honestly, for this, I don't think we're gonna need more than one processing plant for now. That keeps this design nice and tight. Very tight. Tight like a tiger. Now from there, we're going to need another aggregate storage popping out this side over here, so this aggregate storage will be for coal. Yeah, I like this, because this gives me an area to put a bus stop. If we put the bus stop there, we could have people getting coal in here, and then eventually, like, if we want to do car-centric, we could do parking lots right here, so people could just walk to the plant, or to the mine from there. I actually like the idea to turn the entire line is... I like that. That's a good idea. Just make that go all the way this way, and then have that go there like that. That should be, we should be able to do this. Yeah, see? It let us. Cool. Alright, so now we have lots of coal in this aggregate storage right here. Now where do we go with it? What's that, Baron? Jared Isaacman has all the tools to be a great NASA administrator. Former NASA administrator Jim Bridenstine says in a session at SAT Show. He asked the Senate to confirm him quickly. Yeah, baby. That's very interesting, Baron. Do you remember when I said that I think Rook is going to refactor SLS and actually get it into a nice and healthy space program? Remember that? Yeah, that might actually be a thing. Why is that going to be a thing? Well, Jim is a lobbyist for SLS, if I'm recalling correctly. Why would he say that? That really gets the noggin jogging. Looks like your boy might have been right on the money. Just saying. Heating and power plant. Yep. Okay, so, couple of things. We're gonna need that spur line here, so Drummer, this is where you'd really want to go to town with the dang old taxiway. I use it to move terrain in mass. But doing fine adjustment, the runway tool is not the best for it, man. Artemis Applications Program. Dude, it's gonna happen. I really... That was my gut. That was what my gut was saying. It made no sense, but that's what I was thinking, and I'm... Dude. Like I said, Jim is an SLS lobbyist. Why would an SLS lobbyist be endorsing a NASA administrator that could potentially sack the entire program? He would not say that if that... Dude. He would not say that if the intention was to get rid of it. I'm telling you, they're refactoring SLS. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna get the program nice and healthy. That's a pretty good indicator, dude. I'm actually super happy. I endorsed you. Please don't cancel it. Will they make it reusable? If not, no point. You mean that, Baranok? Really? You think there's no point in having SLS? The reusability thing I do agree on. Maybe NASA can do something reusable in the future. Like, I don't know, buy a Starship whenever it decides to work. But Starship isn't really in a good way right now. Now, is it? Might pay dividends to use this big expendable rocket, at least in the interim time. I'm talking like the next 10 to 15 years. then work on something reusable. Yeah? The capsule's reusable. Does that help? Or, you know, finish Venture Star. I would blow a gasket
Discovery, go at throttle up.
if they did that, Aqualex. I think you and me collectively would blow a gasket. We'd be like, you know, like, all right, yeah, you should do that, please. After Artemis 4 hired, it'd be really hard to refurbish the SRBs because they switched them to a carbon composite casing that really only is a one-time use thing. Makes the SRBs cheaper and a lot lighter for what it's worth. Trade-offs. The only SRBs that we could reuse are the ones that SLS is flying right now, and we already lost a set of those. Cornbread, yo, I accidentally declined the charge from last subscription. Didn't realize the price has gone up, so I didn't recognize it when it comes in at 3 a.m. Sorry. Hey, don't worry about it, brother. No, that's fair. I appreciate you telling me, Cornbread. Thank you. All right, anyway, so we have our coal, refined coal, coming in here. That aggregate storage...
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh, Cornbread, give the sub to Hans, please. Thank you. I actually got an interesting idea. Guys, do you think it would be good to split the aggregate depots up? Yes, actually, that's what I wanted to do. Hold on one second.
Discovery,
I remember
go at
now.
throttle up.
Split the aggregate depots so you don't spend all your resources building one big one and then have it burn down and lose a ton of resources. Ooh, that one, it looks like we don't have a choice, though. Cornbread, 28-month resub. Thanks for the resub, dude, and thanks for telling me. That one, unfortunately, we don't have a choice, because the coal mine only has one output. But over here, for our main coal outputs, we could definitely do it. We have provisions for a bunch of these. See? We don't need that. And note that chained aggregate depots don't play ball with train stations and distro. It only works on a directly connected storage facility. It does work, it gets a little glitchy. I got it to work in Bakalaka, dude, but yeah, it does get a little strange. What these long boy aggregate storages, this one, how much can those hold? 2,000. And having 3 of them, we could build the scale, right? 1937 times 3. That'll get us to 5,800. What's the biggest aggregate storage? 4,800. Now, check this out. How long does it take to make one of these? 784 days, 11 tons of gravel, 26 tons of steel, 100 tons of concrete, 9.6 tons of asphalt, 1.4 mechanical. Okay, what about this one? Double the amount of steel, 4 times the amount of gravel, 3 times the amount of mechanical components, 4 times the amount of asphalt, and double the amount of concrete. And it takes almost 3 times as long to make it. Yep. Trade-offs, baby. They really thought about how to balance this thing out when they made it, which is pretty cool. But I'll put in provisions to make 3 aggregates. And drummer, you know, you're saying like, oh, you know, it won't feed correctly, it won't feed correctly. If I have this feeding to an aggregate storage that's next to a railroad track, not a big deal, right? Put a belt split after the mine? Ah, yeah, drummer, I got you. Hey, Sean, converted a Prime sub to a tier 1. Thanks, man. That really helps me. I really appreciate it, dude. Oh, it's not symmetrical. Dead to me. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, nice and symmetrical. Aggregate. Give me these long boy aggregate storages. Oh, balls. How the heck are we going to connect? Hang on. Shazbot. Building's in the way. Hey, Sean, you did the same thing. Sean Peel converted a Prime to a tier 1. Thank you. After the mine, place a belt split. Don't forget about Mirror T. Yeah. One after the mine, so we could do the same thing over here. That's a good call, Andrew. Yeah, I'm with it. I'm hip. I'm in the groove. Sorry. Bruh. Hang on. I'm gonna have to redo the position of that thing too. So what I'm trying to do is split the connection coming off of here. And the reason why I want to do it is so I can build 3 smaller aggregate storages over time. So we don't need to go on building one gigantic one right off the bat. Actually, in this particular scenario, this might be a better idea. Andrew, yeah, thinking the same thing that I'm thinking, dude. T. This way gets us the road underpass. And it gets us the connections that we need. Right? So now the next thing is, how do we connect the aggregate storages in? We might need another road connection here to get this to work right. All right. It's all right. So now can we get this to go over? Dude, this will make it so we can start off by building a smaller aggregate storage, right? And then because these are already elevated up belts, there we go. Bam. So this could gradually increase our storage capacity over time. So you don't need to spend a ton of money at the beginning of the game to build one gigantic aggregate storage that you're eventually going to utilize all of, right? Just build 3 small ones. And then expand it. And then, you know, we want to build it even bigger, expand it over here. Build a belt that goes over here and build another set of these. Easy peasy. Is the downcomer issue a Starship or Raptor issue? Yes. B-Dean, I would say both of those things. It's a Starship issue because of the design of the plumbing, but the design of the plumbing is there because of the Raptors. So, you know, just food for thought there, I guess. It's more of an integrated, it's an integrated system problem. But once again, I think that SpaceX already has the fix to it. I really, really honestly and truly do. You think the fix is Raptor 3? I do. Yep. I think Block 2 was designed for Raptor 3's BD, and all the mitigations that they're putting in is getting the current version of Raptor to jive correctly with a version of a ship that is not designed for it. I think that's where SpaceX is running into problems. I think this is an industrial bottleneck issue amongst anything else, if you really want my honest opinion. Probably wrong on that one, but who knows? Think about it, right? Makes sense. Makes sense when you think about it. It's like, huh, oh yeah, that's actually, you're not wrong. Can we get away with that? Oh, we can. The only thing that I need here is we're gonna need a road going down this way. No. No! 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 Stay and help you, I will. Hey! I just saw it. It could do it. Once again, this is a scalable array. We can make this bigger as we go. These storages are scalable, so I'm probably not gonna make all 3 of these right off the bat. We just make that, and that, and that's it. Make 1 of them. And then when we eventually fill this up and we have a bottleneck, right? Then you start building the other depots, so you get a bigger buffer. That road connection to the middle one is going to look like pain. Sorry? What do you mean? Oh, I used the much cleaner design for the other one. You know what? You know what, Sneaky? You're right. You're right. I don't like it. You don't like it? No, I don't like it. Connect. Score. Now that's a coal facility, baby. Nice. Okay, now what? That's my streamer. Hi. You know what? Frick this lake. I don't want this lake here. This lake is in the way of progress. Can I do gravel? Lake is in way of progress. No, seriously, if I want to build the spur line here, and the power plant and whatnot, we have to, I have to infringe on it a little bit. Isn't that the Stalinator Lake? No, that's over there. See, this fine adjustment to level all of the terrain up to 40 feet above sea level, which is what that white line is, that requires fine adjustment with the bulldozers. Now, watch this. Alright, hang on, let me get rid of a little bit of a get rid of a little bit of the roadway. Once you start kicking it, oh yeah. There's also some gravel right there. That actually might be a good idea to end up... Dude, hold on. There's gravel over here too. I can see it. See it right here? That's gravel. Oh, that's so clutch, dude. Move the gravel over here. Spur line that connects into the coal spur that we're going to make. Don't need to have gravel on the other side of the road. Easy peasy. Chat, just pretend we dredged the lake, okay? What lake? Exactly. You do not see lake. You've been promoted to General Secretary Associate Administrator of Lake and Gravel Removal. Congratulations. What's your job? Don't know. Yeah. Non-dimensional resources here is very nice because, yeah, this would have cost a ton of money in real life to fill that in. But it still does cost gasoline in-game. Once the bulldozer runs out of gasoline, I can't move any more terrain. Right? It's still, even though the game is paused, it's still utilizing the resource. So... Imagine how long it would take with City's dirt storage mechanic. I actually think that that was probably the best terraforming in any city builder. Cities 1. Cities 2 is stupid because it's free. That's dumb. Dirt removal is not free. Soiled it. Soiled it. Soiled it. Okay, so how do we want this to work? Just dump the dirt into the sea. Well, yeah, that was the idea. Did you find more resources? We filled in the lake and it brought up a gravel deposit, dude. So, we actually... It would probably be better if I moved gravel over here anyway. Yeah, 48... 48 from there. That's too close to the coal anyway. Dude, we can work with 48. That'll do it. That'll work. There might even be more over here. Let me see. And just take a peep. Yeah, there's some right there. There's some on the coast right there, but... We'll see. So, let me get rid of that gravel quarry. Yeah, see, this is 60. I'll take the downgrade if we can put it over here. 48 is not that bad. That's only 12% less. Oh no, not that one. Jeez, that thing is a little baby. Alright, so, from here, where does coal need to go? Coal needs to go to my power plant. It needs to go to a heating plant. Power plant, heating plant, railroad loading. Bricks. Okay. Built from both resources as it's not labor intensive. Yeah, I mean, we could do that too. I wanted to put the sewage treatment and power plant over here, Andrew. This is where I wanted my power plant site to be. Not far from where the energy is. You know? And then I wanted my power grid to have, like, basically wanted to slate all this area for a big substation, have my power grid connect into it, and then send the grid towards the city. That was the idea. Oh shoot, that actually works. Well. We'll need more gravel, just transport from a higher concentration in the hills later. Okay. Alright, so we have identified 5. We talked about that, right? 5 things where this all needs to go, right? We need, like I said, power plant, heating plant, aggregate loading, bricks. Is there any other uses for coal in this game? Steel. Yeah, that's right, steel. I don't think we're building a steel mill here. We decided that over here, where the coal and iron are next to each other, this town, the town that we build over here is going to be a steel town. We already decided that. Yeah, the steel mill is no joke, Peg. But the steel could use the rail line to supply. We could supply the steel mill with coal from aggregate loading. Is that what you're trying to say, Andrew? Well, that's not going to work exactly because we got to split the connection again.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm almost thinking doing that, having road connection to road connection is good because I don't think we can... There's only a variant that has the inputs on one side or the other. If I could have one that has 3 inputs on one side and 3 inputs on the other, that would be great, but I don't think we can do that. Hey. Nick the Most Epic 4-month resub. What's better, the cookie or the cookie dough? Yes. Yes, I agree. I'm not choosing that. Hang on, just got a bunch of messages. Okay. The truth is in the pudding. Do you think Flight 8 was rushed? No. No. No, Nick, not at all. As much as I like how clean this is, I mean, we're gonna have to split the connection anyway. If we're gonna split it, I'd rather do it this way. It'll come out a lot cleaner. If not, it is a little bit more resources, but it'll come out nice. Alright, so how many belt outputs does that give us? That gives us 7. We needed 4. Good enough. Cool. So, Nick, I don't think Starship Flight 8 was rushed. I think SpaceX is sticking to a cadence on purpose. Because flight data is king here. You know, in the past, right? In the past, dude, they probably would have figured out some way to test that on the ground, right? But in this particular case, if you think about it, they're simplifying the testing regime by implementing their testing while they're flying, right? I.e., think about it like this. The best way to get a 60-second duration burn, or 6-minute duration burn from a Starship isn't on a test stand. You know why? Because then you have to build a test stand that's capable of managing Starship going at full blast for 6 to 7 minutes, right? And even then, that doesn't mimic your flight conditions fully, right? The best Massey's can do is about a minute. The best way to get a good test for a full duration burn is to fly the stupid thing. And if it blows up, it blows up. Send another one. What is it? It's SpaceX. What, are they not going to figure it out? That offset? Well, it's a symmetrical offset, so it's not bad. I don't think Flight 8 was rushed at all, dude. I think it's fine. Your chemistry teacher said the same thing. There's only so much testing you can do on the ground. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why everyone's just like, well, you know, we're screwed now. All of a sudden, just out of the blue. That doesn't... Oh, yeah, I forgot truck loading, too. Crap. Well, not crap. I just forgot to do it. Could we get away with that? Das Breitschwert. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. What's up, man? Not much. Thank you too. For what? Für was? I'm just here. I'm just doing my thing. For saying thanks. Alright. Alright. You're welcome. No! No! Crap! So we have our output connections. Now we got to make them all run to a certain place. That's the thing. And for showing reasonable planning in a calm playstyle. I'm trying. Honestly, right, the more I think about this, you really can't play this game any other way unless you really like to live dangerously, right? You will inevitably screw something up in this. I'm just trying to minimize how much I inevitably screw up. Anyway, thanks for the raid, buddy. I appreciate it. I also think putting a truck aggregate loading might be a good thing to do. Just have it, not need it. Need it, not have it. I was gonna say, we could almost get away with it. What? Thanks. I hate it. Do we need a loader for road vehicles? Can't they just draw from the storage directly? They could draw from storage directly, Sneaky. The loader loads faster than just going right to the storage, going right to an aggregate storage. The loading times on this are a lot lower. It's well worth it considering it really doesn't cost a lot to make it. You know what I mean? I think to save costs, trucks can just pull from there. I don't really care. It's not that big of a deal. If we eventually start loading stuff up with trucks, like, okay, so the way I see it is, by the time we get to this point where this is made, if we ever get to that point, and I don't fail miserably, if we ever get to the point where this is made and built completely, right? We're probably at a point where I'm not delivering trucks much via coal. And if I am, it's only going to be for a stopgap for a second while we finish the belts that go to the facilities that I need. Does that make sense? Now, with all that being said, hold on, I might need to screw the symmetry up here, guys. I know. It might be better to do this way. Have another cross right here. Because if I want to put my power plant back there, I'm going to have a belt that goes all the way over there. I don't like that. I want this to look right. that's sick. I like it. Yeah, power plant might work with cable cars. Yeah, but cable cars look stupid, so I don't want to do that. Belts are how they really do it in real life. I haven't seen one, of all the coal aggregate things that we've looked at, I haven't seen one that uses those cable cars. Is there a chance Falcon 9 can go, Flight 9 can go orbital? Most likely not, Nick. No. What Rocket Guy said, most likely, probably, yeah, probably not. It's not straight, and I don't like it. I don't like that it's not straight. Hey me, what's going on? What do you like about this game in general? I really like city building simulators, but I haven't tried this one. It is a difficult game to play, me. You can fail at this game pretty damn hard, especially on maximum difficulty. I don't like city builders that hold your hands. I think City Skylines got City Skylines 2 got too easy to play. I don't like it at all. It's too... like... Games are for everybody. I understand that. I am not the target market for that game. It's for normies. Sorry. I hate to be that guy. I can't... Because the gameplay is just so, I don't want to say dumbed down, because it's always such a stupid thing to say. Like, the gameplay is very simple, right? And because it's so ridiculously simple, it doesn't leave me a lot to be able to teach. I can't use it as a STEM game. Now, can we run roads underneath some of this stuff? Oh, nice. Yeah. Cool. You know what I mean? Just, there's not a lot to do. Never apologize for having standards. Okay. Could you put... I want to leave space, Frango, in case this road ever gets expanded, which is why I'm trying to leave room on the flanks, but... That's as close as it can get. I guess that's the only way to get it to move into that position and jive correctly with the roads. It's fine with me. You don't have to make it start from the bottom. That's just one of the variants. You can make it start from not the bottom. You know what I mean? I like doing this because that's generally how aggregates get moved around. They get elevated and then fall, and then elevated and then fall. To be honest, I have no idea why they do that way. I don't know. I think it's because you can only make your belts so long, I guess. But then again, if we go over and look at Essen, right? I think it's around Essen, where that big gigantic pit mine is, where the baggers are, right? They have belts that are like miles long. See? That right there is a coal aggregate belt. At least a coal ore aggregate belt. And yeah, see, they do elevate them to an extent. Right? See. But they're, for the most part, pretty dang flat. That is a huge conveyor belt, dudes. Yep, that's a conveyor belt. Big old conveyor belt. This is for a pit mine. I don't know why Google Earth screws up the cache so much lately, but this is a gigantic pit mine. And they have these gigantic machines called baggers. And the bagger is basically a steam shovel that's like a circular saw mixed with a steam shovel, right? And it scoops out. It's a huge tracked vehicle, and it rolls, and then they just turn the bucket in like perpendicular to the way that it's rolling, so the bucket's spinning like this, and they just drive next to a hill, and it cleans out the entire hill like that. It's pretty rad, dude. Yeah, they can just go back and forth, scraping layer after layer after layer after layer. Those baggers are nuts, dude. They're super cool. Here. Like, I wish we could make them. I wish we could make them in workers. Look. Oh, that's so legit, dude. Look at that thing. What a beast. That's some sci-fi mining equipment, dude. Is this GTA? You have those in West Virginia? Yeah, because West Virginia's has coal mines. Bingo, dude. Absolutely. Yep. They're awesome. What a beast. Dude, this thing rolls up and down, right? Rolls up back and forth, and it scrapes coal ore. This chainsaw, well, not chainsaw, this rotating bucket assembly throws it onto a conveyor belt, and then the thing is connected on another belt to another vehicle that moves, that works like an aggregate offloading mechanism. It moves with the bagger, and then it just dumps it onto the belt. It's something, yeah, dude, it's something out of Dune. It's cool. Baggers are sick. That's freaking badass, man. Look at that thing. Dude, like, look at this. It's just like looking at Starship or something. Look at the staircases on the side. Look at how big that damn thing is. And the crazy thing is that that's a turret. It rotates. That whole thing can rotate, and they can change the angle on this thing. This front thing is an arm. It can go like up and down. It's nuts, dude. Where is this? This is in Germany. Dude, it's a freaking monster. Look at the rigging up there. This thing's a beast, man. I mean, look at the front end loader compared to it. The front end loader looks like a toy compared to this thing. That's badass, man. Yeah, the Russians and the Soviets built something like this too. There's different versions of this. I just say Bagger 288 because that's the one that comes to mind. The ones in West Virginia I don't think are 288s. I think Marion Power Shovel made them, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm not sure. But dude, what a monster, man. This thing can literally remove a mountain. Like, you could move mountains with this. That's awesome. I mean, we should do that. I mean, not really, but you get the idea. Like, dude, there's just fields of these things. It's, like I said, that looks like something out of Dune, man. That's so cool. Are there belt tunnels? No, not in workers. Frickin' Krupp, baby. The coal must flow. Alright, well that's the line that's going to go over here. We'll have just the sign Krupp is larger than the front end loader. Yeah, dude. Beast mode. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3. There's a bunch of them operating. See the coal? It's freaking cool, man. And I'm gonna go ahead and guess over here, this is where they dump all the extra dirt. Once again, just an absolute unit. Like Google Earth, this is a huge pit mine. Google Earth doesn't even know what to do with it. And I do believe there's another one. Yep, there's another one over here. That's freaking cool, man. Where is this? Essen, Germany. Dude, you can see the pit mines from space, dude. It's pretty cool. It's pretty neat, man. That's big boy equipment, dude. There's just, dude, oh, that's sick, man. Look at that thing. What a monster. Google Earth is having some trouble with it. It's cool, dude. It's so crazy to me. It's just farmland, farmland, farmland. Nope, reverse mountain. Farmland, farmland, farmland. That's cool. Yeah, I love the Google Earth game. Yeah, me too. Okay, so now the next thing that we're gonna need is another line that goes over to wherever my heating plant is going to be. I think I want my heating plant to be right. It could be next to the power plant, but I'm thinking if, you know, this whole area is city, that's a little far away. Especially if it gets really cold. What's the distance we're talking to? The furthest place civilization is going to be here is about 5,600. That's about 1,100 meters. That's actually not bad, dudes. It's not bad. Well, does baggers fit in the timeline in this game? Those machines came around in the 70s, if I'm remembering right, Toasty. I could be pulling that out of my tail. Before that, you'd use a steam shovel. Or, what's the name of it? It's not a steam shovel. I mean, it is, but like the articulate bucket that goes back and forth like this, that scoops. U-turns on the center dirt road you removed under the conveyor overpass. No, it's not an excavator. Hang on. These guys. A stripping shovel. That's what it's called. It's an excavator that's specifically used to mine. That thing. A strip shovel. Schallfellradbagger. Yeah? This is what they used before they made baggers. This is what everybody used. Yeah, these pieces of equipment are not small. So, I don't know if you guys see some of these suggested pictures here. The company that made... So this is Marion Power Shovels. Like, dude, look at some of these things. So Marion Power Shovel is the company that made NASA's crawler transporters. The CTs. It's just a power shovel. See the crawler transporter? It's just a piece of mining equipment with a flat top. Yeah, fun fact. There's a Marion. Yeah, see? Look, they used them to move the Panama... To cut the Panama Canal. Oh, wait, that Marion? Yeah, of course. Yeah, Marion Power Shovel. A mining company made the crawler transporters, dude. First one was for the Panama Canal, yeah. Marion Model 91. That's cool, man. Dude, there used to be... These used to be everywhere, man. Look at that thing. Look at that frickin' shovel. That's awesome. Look at it next to the frickin' bulldozer. What is that, a D4? Look at that thing. It's a frickin' building that moves. That's awesome. We should build more stuff like this. That's cool. Why do that? Because it's badass. Right?
Discovery.
Chief, what's up, man? 77 months. I'm looking and I'm liking. Yeah, right? Isn't that sick? Look at this thing. Look at the little baby bulldozer. Look at it. It's so small. Look at the dude. Look at the guy. Look at the shovel compared to the dude. Old Dodge pickup over there, dude. That's awesome. That's awesome. Don't give a frick what anybody says. That's so freaking cool. That's a garage, not a shovel. You could park a vehicle in there and it would, yeah, it'd be pretty good cover until it picks it up and throws it. Freaking power shovels, man. Ah! You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. Yeah. Not like that at all. Oh, that's so cool, man. Marion Power Shovel was acquired by Bucyrus International. And they went out of business in 2011. Oh, they were purchased by Caterpillar. Oh, alright. That's still pretty cool. Okay, I'm cool with that. Big Brutus is located in Kansas right now. Cool. A dragline shovel. That's what it's called. Not a. It's a dragline shovel. That's the guy. That's what those types. Actually, no, that's not a dragline shovel. That is a dragline. A dragline. A dragline excavator is basically a crane with an excavator bucket on the end. The other ones are not. The shovels, the scoop shovels, those are different. A dragline would work really well on the moon, by the way. It would. You're right. You know what else would work really well on the moon? That. Because if we're going to go big, we're going to go big, dude. Did you enjoy Texas? Yeah. Is that a trebuchet? Sure. Vargon, what's up, man? Rip Marion. They're Caterpillar now, so that's fine. Was Relativity Update video covered in Space News yesterday? Yes. Yeah, it was. Are you planning for the Full Republic? Episode 14 in March 1960. Yes. All 14 parts that I've done for this, Reichwort is, planning. I haven't built one thing yet. I'm just planning everything, dude. We're gonna be... The only reason I've even unpaused the game is so I could get, Hey, look! A swing shovel. The only reason I even unpaused the game is so I could get excavators and bulldozers so I could move the terrain around. I'm designing everything. Once everything is designed how I see fit, we'll start building. I don't think you could use any number of starships to get a bagger to the moon. Yeah, you're gonna need something bigger. How heavy is a bagger? It's 29.8 million pounds, dude. What a monster. Dude, look at its power consumption. It needs 16 megawatts of power. You need a power plant chasing nuclear powered. If they were plugged into a nuclear power plant, nothing, but Germans don't want to do nuclear power, but I don't want to talk about that. That's their country, not mine.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They plug it into a French nuclear power plant. Based and uranium pilled. Don't take uranium as pilled. It's not good for you. All right, so this line right here, we're going to use for the heating plant, and we're going to use that for the power plant. So let's place down, once again, aggregates. How are we going to do this? Have you seen the calories in uranium? It'll feed you for the rest of your life. No. No. Don't do that. TLDRs is scared of nuclear power plants since Fukushima, and no one wants to take nuclear waste and store it. You could store it in your pit mines. Just saying. Nodders, easy fix. Shoot the waste into the sun to increase the sun's power. Yeah, you know, you probably don't want to do that, but, you know. Okay, now once again we'll implement the triple aggregate storage, so we don't need to build all of these all at once. We're gonna need another road right there, so we have access. Those are the wrong buildings. And that road is too close. Now, why am I building 3? Increase the buffer over time, dudes. That's... So, like, we'll eventually be able to stockpile more and more coal around the power plant as we scale. I don't need to build a big aggregate storage here. Just build a small one. And then if you want to make it bigger, just make it bigger. So, once again, probably a lot of this will stay in blueprint mode for at least a little while. But it's good to plan it now and then not have to worry about it. Now, as you can see, we are running out of space here for the power plant, which means we're going to need more terrain here. No. Final storage can only be done in sandstone or ice desert. It has to last millions of years. Anywhere there's plants, humans will be. It was a joke, Braden. I know. Your pit mine is... An open pit mine is probably not a good idea. A regular mine, deep underground, probably not the worst idea. There's a possibility within the next 10,000 years that water might get to these mines, which would be bad for where all the barrels and the waste is stored. Just launch it into space.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What's up, Kind? 4-month resub. Thank you. How about we export it to the US? Alright, pay us. Do that. Sure. Why not? Another benefit of staggering storage charge is maintenance and refurbishment will be spread out and not happening at the same time. I agree. Yeah, so we don't have the fiasco of last time. Fellas, I'm getting rid of this lake, by the way. Sorry, I need the space. We're putting a power plant here. I love this. Not the cooling pond. It's fine. We'll put a well here in its place. Why does moving dirt sound like sizzling heat? That's what happens when you make a game and you don't have a sound designer. 3 dudes made this game, so they used a lot of stock sounds, so the sounds don't sound exactly right. The runway is a great tool for leveling terrain, by the way. The runway tool. It's quite good for it. Very satisfying. That's good enough. We can get away with this. Okay. So we have our power plant. We have our wires coming in. We have provisions for 2 wires, like we said. I do have a train line over here. Probably end up using that at some point. Maybe we should use that for our eventual coal export line, right? Like, that was supposed to be the sewage pond. Now where is the sewage pond gonna go? We probably could still fit it over here, Raiden. To be honest with you. I could probably redig a retention pond over here. I just flattened more than I thought I needed because, yeah, we need the space. We don't need that many lines here. We could always dump it into the harbor. Yeah, we dump it over here. Put sewage treatment over here somewhere. Or we could put it over there. Or down there. I wanted to put it here, but yeah, I mean, I'll think about it. That's right, it goes in the Stalin hole. Okay. So that's our coal aggregate. Now, power plant. I don't think you could connect the elevators to the road yet again. That's aggregate storage, Sneaky. It has 2 road attachments. The elevators are all connected. Yeah, no. Optical illusion. It threw me for a curveball there too. I was like, wait, what the hell? All right, so how are we going to handle this? This needs to go into the grid. Into the harbor, Andrew, for waste? Nah, that's where T belongs. Don't worry about that. We'll... Full power plant. All right. Look at that thing. Just needed some reference. Where are the wires out? I'm looking for them, dude. There's some. Oh, there we go. There's your substation. Yep. All right, cool. Just wanted to see it. That's crazy, dude. What a monster. Yeah, they split. They split the connection out. So these are step-up transformers right here. Actually, those might be step-downs. The power plant might be just straight outputting high voltage. In fact, I think the lines are underground and they come all out here. Those are step-down transformers. But then again, they can't be, because the step-down transformers go to high voltage lines, so those got to be a step. That has to be a step up. How many gigawatts does this thing make? It's got 4 coal, 4 burners, dude, and a cooling tower. This is a pretty powerful plant. I don't know the name of this power plant. I know it taps the coal from the baggers that we were talking about. The coal gets moved to the plant. And they use it for power. I assume that's an old pit mine that they're using to dump waste in. But, yeah. I mean, this is a monster. This is a big plant. What the heck's going on here? Interesting. I don't know what I'm looking at here. It looks like there were more cooling towers there, but they got rid of them, maybe? See, there's the aggregate storage. Aggregate storage is right next to it, right? Cool thing that I learned, guys, the low voltage output lines from the power plant, you can backfeed them into a transformer and use your transformer as a step up. Yeah, just in case anybody was wondering. You can also do that with wind turbines in this game, which is actually super cool. That's really, really interesting that you can do that the game understands that. So basically you take a bunch of wind turbines, right? You wire, so you can only wire 6 to a transformer, but you take a bunch of, actually, I mean, if you switched it, you could probably wire more. And you can use wind turbines to create high voltage power. You'd need a lot of them to do it, but you can do it. This game has wind turbines? Yeah. It has solar as well. Can they be routed through the substations? Yes. Sneaky, this game is the end all be all, dude. It's a monster. You can't go through substations? Wait, when you say substations, what are you talking about? Are you talking about those? Okay. Yeah, no. I don't think you can put wind power through those. It has to be through a switch or a transformer. No, not those. When you say substation, my brain defaulted to transformers. Wind and solar wasn't a thing in the USSR, though. But okay. Not with that attitude, it wasn't me. Record, do I think they'll make a sequel to this? Might interest you if you have not seen this yet. Cool. Wow. Is this a map of the entire US grid? Hold on. Wow. That's intense, dude. That's useful. I'm just gonna put that up in the square hole over there, okay? Alright. So, electrical output. We're gonna feed this in. So I'm gonna make. We're gonna need to make a station like this over here. Actually, screw it. I'll look at.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Mutehan. Per last, if not too much, can you explain what you mean by step up and step down? You're stepping up the voltage? This is a power plant that's near my house, or was a power plant. That's why I just got pissed off, because this is an NPP that we shut down because it's too old. It was working just fine, but it's too old. I'm looking at how they did it. Yeah, see? They have switch. They have a switch. So, step up. You're stepping up the voltage, Sewer Rat. For transmission lines, you use 3-phase AC at extremely high voltage. Basically, stepping up the voltage like that makes it easier to move the electricity over long distances. If it works, don't touch it. You're damn friggin' right, dude. Lower the current, increase the voltage, less drop over long distances, smaller gauge wire. There you go. So, Sewer Rat, you want to learn about a power grid and how it works. Your power plant produces an insane amount of power. Pilgrim Power, I don't know. I think that was 1.6 gigawatts, I think. I might be pulling that completely out of my tailpipe. Hold on. Pilgrim Power is a closed NPP in Massachusetts. It was constructed by Bechtel. Oh. Ugh. Powered by a GE BWR Mark III boiling reactor inside of a Mark I pressure suppression type containment generator with a 690... Oh, 690 megawatts. That's it. That's pretty good. It produced 14% of the electricity generated in Massachusetts. Now we buy it instead. It was built at a cost of $231 million in 1972 by Boston Edison. The USNRC called it one of the worst-run nuclear power plants in the country. Oops. It's just a single reactor, and they use the ocean water for cooling. Whoops. Yeah, that right there is nuclear waste. They stored it. They had a... Dude, that thing is, like, guarded by, men with big firearms, we'll say. That's the nuclear waste right there. They're in containment vessels. It's not outside. It's inside of a very, very, very big containment vessel. Opposition to Pilgrim's license extension, which was extended for 20 years in 2012. Opposition came from Pilgrim Watch, a local group filled with numerous legal and procedural challenges. The state attorney general also raised questions about, among other things, the dangers posed by on-site storage of spent nuclear fuel. In April 2013, the space station increased its security. Plant was shut down May 31st, 2019, and is in the process of decommissioning. Lovely. Lovely. Yeah, let's just buy our power from Canada. That's what we do. Yeah, we get it from Toronto. Good call. Not. Sure that won't end well. Or I'm sure that'll end I'm sure that'll end just fine. Yeah, no, that'll be fine. Sure, nothing bad will happen. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. All right, well, I just got to figure out how we want to run these wires. 12 megawatts. Now, what does the coal power plant produce? 1,400 megawatt hours. I'm just thinking about how I want to set this up. We're going to have an input line, right? So here's what I'm thinking, dudes. We run our 15... Run the 15er in there, right? Into the switch. Right? And then obviously we have an output of 15 that goes towards the city. Right? Then we have another one that goes towards the city if we need to double up the lines. That's for expansion. We can add more substations and whatnot. Right? And then this gives us the ability to output down here. And we can keep going with the line if we want to. Right? And then we could take our high voltage lines underground, right? And belt them into the transformer belt them into the switch that way. And that should work for power output. It might be a good idea to switch this to a priority switch. But priority switches are directional, so I don't think I want to do that. I also like putting little gravel patches down over the wires, so they're easier to see. There we go. And it looks cool. Alright, I think that'll work. I think that's gonna do it. It's like 5 p.m. and it's still sunny out. I don't like it. I love it, dude. Oh, it is 5. We gotta get geared up for space news here. Alright, so what else does that coal power plant need? It just needs coal. Alright, sweet. Excellent. How many people work at one of these things? In-game? 20. Alright, cool. Okay, so if we have 20, that means we're not going to need a big parking lot. If we ever decide to do that. Well, that's annoying. If we do put a parking lot here, what's the range? Oh, that's not connected. Idiot. I guess we'll just temporarily connect it into there. Oh, score. That'll work. That's good. Can they... Dude, alright, just out of curiosity, let's just place down a parking lot over here somewhere. Just a little guy, right? Let's just place it, you know... Actually, you know what? Let's just place it right here. That should be, like, super far away. If the car pops up over there... Nope, it didn't. That's too far. No one's gonna drive to work that way. Nope. Still no good. That calculation is because it's all dirt? You think so? I thought that was just for walking, Sneaky. You tell me. Yeah, it's possible. So, I mean, dude, if they're picking up on a parking lot over there, and if your theory about dirt roads are right, yeah, we could get away with the parking lot. But for now, we could get away with putting a parking lot in here. So, you know, the power plant doesn't need more than 20 dudes. So it's not going to be a lot of cars, right? But, yeah, we could still put a bus stop in. And it actually fits. Cool. All right. So we've roughed out this design. It's pretty good. It's not bad. This will get us 2 lines going into the city. I'll probably make the lines go with the tracks, cross over here, and then cross the highway. Yeah, this is going to need a detail pass, but that's the idea. So, coal power plant is figured out. That's good. Now we got to do the heating plant. Guys, I think I'm going to put the heating plant across the street. Why not, right? Like, put it across the street. The bus stop's already there, and I'm pretty sure we're in range. There is pollution in this game. You have to research pollution monitoring methods. This is why I'm keeping the power plant far away from the city, along with my heating plant, because they both pollute. And then my construction materials is going to stay far away as well. Yeah, there's radiation in this game. Yeah, see. All right, guys. It's 5 o'clock. Time for the spec news. So once again, we're gonna do a longer stream here. So workers will be back. We'll do a detail pass, or we'll figure out where we want the heat plant. After space news, I just thought of something. The heat plant's gonna need a big aggregate storage as well. Yeah, dirt roads have a max speed of 20 miles an hour. Paved roads have a max speed of 60 miles an hour. So yes, big difference. All right. So you guys know the drill. I'm just going to take a second here. I hope you enjoyed part 14 of the Yakograd Republic. We will do part 15 a little bit later tonight. Space news is going to happen here in a second. I'm just going to take a quick 15-minute break. Yeah, 15, 20 minutes. So we'll start space news at 1:30. I generally aim for 5:30. It's 5:07 right now. So 23 minutes. Yeah, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, on YouTube, on the YouTube side of things, if you're, I'm going to stop the VOD, we'll jog it, and we'll restart the stream in probably about 20 minutes. If you're on the Twitch side, just stay here. Enjoy the Space Tunes, and I will see you in about 20 minutes. Sorry, EJ, can I skip Space News? Space News is mandatory. All right, I'll be back in a little bit.